Excellent timing, excellent timing. Coats Pathos Epoch Toaster. I have just started. I have just finished my vocal warm-ups. So you really just came in exactly on time at Coach Pathos Epoch Toaster. What were you doing? Superstar Strategy. I've never heard of Superstar Strategy. Superstar Strategy. I'm going to Google this right now because anything that has the name strategy or tactics in its name is just like instantly intriguing to me, even if it's otherwise very stupid. I'm an easy sucker for this kind of thing. Uh, okay. So this, looking at it at a very brief overview, this looks like an indie version of what's it called? Fire Emblem. This looks very Fire Emblem-esque to me. Uh, okay, that's what I'm getting at. This looks very Fire Emblem-y to me. Uh, I may be wrong. This may be more advanced Warzy or something like that, but it looks very Fire Emblem-y to me. But yes, I hope that you're having a lovely time. My first stream ever was an indie tactics game, and it's my annual tradition to stream. I love the last spell. That is my first stream ever, was the last spell, and so I always look forward to doing some last spell streams, even if it is like absolutely some of my worst numbers. But welcome in, everyone. My name, for the uninitiated, is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. Oh my goodness. I just realized that my favorite streamer is online right now. Hello, Tayamichi. Thank you for the 12 months, a full year with Tayamichi. Let's give a quick shout out to Tayamichi. Tayamichi is a bit of a programmer. He's a STEM guy. He does the computering on stream. He's a handsome man. Oh my goodness. Okay. Tayamichi. Definitely got a lot of Fire Emblem influence. So you just have each. Okay. More unique action. That makes sense to me. I can understand why you'd want to do that. I am actually kind of not a really big fan of Fire Emblem. I think Fire Emblem is kind of. I think that Fire Emblem, and particularly the weapon triangle, is a little bit flat for my consideration. It's a little bit too much of a, like, it kind of expects you to just stomp the computer like way harder than, like, at the level of it feeling that strategy game. It feels too much like a puzzle. It feels too puzzly for me, which isn't to say I don't like puzzle games. It's just in the case of Fire Emblem, I think it hits a wrong note for me. So I think that that's an improvement. To make it more unique action shenanigans. I think that that's pretty good. So I think that's pretty cool. Code Pathos. I'm glad. I hope you had a good time with it. But yes. So just in case anybody is at all confused about the title, we are not going to be watching the normal Game Awards. I am not going to fucking bother. I don't care. I think I've been pretty clear on my opinions that I don't really respect the Game Awards very much. I should say the Jeff Awards, because there are many Game Awards out there, and there are some that I respect more than others. There are some that I have a higher opinion of, and the Jeff Awards are low tier to me. Yeah, me, Tom, that's my feeling. And I am also, even more than that, I don't care about announcements about future games. I think this is like a general thing about me. It's not like a really strong stance. It's just like an emotional moment I have that I only really care about movies and games and such after they're fully released. Like it's very rare that a game is from a property or IP or what have you that is interesting enough for me to care about, like, hearing a demo of it. And it's almost never the game itself, right? It's from individual creators. I will get excited about Toby Fox. Okay. I will get excited about Toby Fox. I will get excited about um I will get excited about Toby Fox. I will get excited about Christine Love. That's really kind of it. Oh, Meredith Grant. Meredith Grant. I'll get excited about Meredith Grant. Um, I am capable of being excited about Arrowhead Studios. Every single thing Arrowhead has put out has been really good. Uh, so Arrowhead, but like it's most of the ones that get a lot of press are deeply unexciting to me. And the last time I let myself get excited about one where it wasn't from like a studio where I had a lot of continuity with, and it wasn't a studio that I knew that much about, uh, was Armored Core 6, and I that really turned me off of paying attention. Um, that really turned me off of that. Uh, you know what? Uh, about that beer that thank you Panda here. Thank you Panda Hero Rue. I'm always talking shit about Armored Core 6. I'm always talking shit about Armored Core 6. Hold on a second here. But mostly I'm talking shit about hype, about getting hyped in advance for things. Mostly I'm talking shit about getting hyped in advance for things. Curse your bloodlines. You can only curse me if you have played Armored Core. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Not a professor. Nap. Check out Nap, people. Check out Nap. Check out Nap. Check out Nap. He is like legitimately one of my favorite streamers. Check out Nap. He is one of my absolute favorite streamers of all time. Yeah. Yeah. He does all sorts of cool history research. He's literally rating me right now. Sorry. Sorry, that was really fun. uh, welcome in Nap, welcome in Raiders, welcome in Nap. I was literally lurking you. Nap, you were my first choice for a lurk whenever I have the opportunity. Of course I was watching you. Not a professor, not a professor. I literally shouted you out before you rated. Not a Professor is a very, very cool streamer. He is one of my favorite VTubers. He's he is a he's a museum worker. He works in museums on I believe I keep on forgetting it was cultural resource management. Um or is it just resource management? But he works in museums and he does streams where he does like actual on-air live research. It's super cool. You get to okay, yeah, just collections management. Okay, yes. And you get to like actually watch the total increase of human knowledge on his stream. It's super cool. I am regurgitating things that other people have already discovered and occasionally finding out some new things, usually by accident. He is actually doing research. It's super cool. It's super interesting. You can learn a lot of interesting stuff about a lot of really weird dudes from the 19th century. Easy recommend. Easy recommend. I love Nap. I'm assuming that you're calling it a night. You are calling it a night. Um, so thank you for rating. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for entrusting your community with me. I always appreciate seeing you. I always appreciate seeing you come by. Uh, it's a delight to have you in this space. It is a delight. But yes. What I was saying is that I don't tend. You don't have work. Okay. Fair enough. So for the first little bit of this, I was going to talk a little bit about. I talked about this on the last stream and also on Kaiokuma's, but I'll talk a little bit about awards and which awards I take more seriously than others. That said, I didn't finish dinner, so we're going to be doing a little bit of a VTuber mukbang. uh, uh, I didn't finish dinner, so we're going to be doing a little bit of VTuber mukbang. I have macaroni and cheese and stir-fried cabbage. Uh, yeah, Noir eats. Come on, this is your reminder to eat. Uh, this is cabbage stir-fried with garlic, lao gan ma, shaoxing, soy sauce, a little bit of mirin, vinegar, and scallion. And I really love it. This is one of my go-to dishes these days. Uh, I don't even have good bite on it. Uh, Noir, come on, come on. If you keep not eating, you'll grow up. Your growth will get stunted. I would not normally, but mac and cheese is what I had left over. So if I had a tofu dish left over, that's what I would have had, and I didn't have enough time to make a rice dish. So this is what I had. And the mac and cheese is chili mac with broccoli, all vegan because of course it is. So uh, this takes under 10 minutes, um, of which 5 minutes is just waiting. Hello, Ring of Birds. Of which 5 minutes is just waiting for the cabbage to cook down. Cavatappi instead of elbow macaroni. Panda Hero Ru, you did remind me that I literally just watched a video about pasta types from Cookwell. Cookwell is amazing. I love Cookwell. And they had a whole thing about about pasta types, right? About different types of pasta, and basically it was a traditional way of how Cookwell does things. Is it actually worth it to pay extra money for expensive pastas? And the answer is that generally no, not never, but most of the time no. Uh, and honestly, you can cheat on pasta shape a lot. Uh, Honestly, Noir, for the if you're doing a pretty robust heavy sauce, it doesn't, the difference between bronze and Teflon doesn't even matter. Where bronze really matters is if you are really married to using a really weird shape. Uh, if you're really married to using a weird shape, then the difference between bronze and Teflon makes a really big difference. But for even spaghetti, it's really not going to make a very big difference. Was basically the core of it. The subspecies of durum wheat is going to make a bigger difference. And even then, again, if you're doing something like macaroni and cheese, and the way I do macaroni and cheese, I think a lot of people would hate. My macaroni and cheese has a tablespoon of crushed red pepper, a ton of smoked paprika, a ton of cumin, uh, um, a bunch of soy sauce and balsamic in it. This is like 1/3 cheese, macaroni and cheese. Uh, that's why I'm saying chili mac instead of just mac and cheese, because the cheese sauce is not really carrying it very hard. Uh, mm, yeah. And again, it depends a lot on what your priorities are and what you're cooking with. Uh, Cacio pepe is Cacio pepe is like a very mild sauce, right? No, I only know QQ as like a crying emote. That's what I know QQ as. Um, that's what I know QQ as. There's also QQ is also a how Europa players refer to a sub nation of Persia. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, for those lighter sauces, you'll notice more of a difference. For like a bolognese or a puttanesca, which is my favorite sauce, much more important to worry about the tomatoes. I grew up on arrabbiata as my main sauce. Yeah, I pretty much only care for red sauces. And I think that people who've been around here for a minute have probably noticed that my when I cook, I tend to cook very. I say bright is the language that I use. My cooking tends to be very high in pepper and acid. I cook with a lot of lemon juice, a lot of vinegar, and I try to emphasize a lot of like herbal flavors. Yeah, red sauces and tomato sauces. Yeah, and maybe pepper sauces as well. Right, like red pepper sauces. Yeah. Uh, I like red pepper sauces, but they are rare. And yeah, different set of considerations. Yeah. See, this is the real sign that noir is more of a Midwesterner than I am. Is that noir is going for stuff that is milder, sweeter, fattier than I do. um, Noir, were you around when I did the hot sauce tasting? Yeah, yeah. Mm. What's the dark secret? Because she has like strong opinions about Italian food, but it's mostly just that she thinks that like Southern Italian food is bullshit. Laugan Ma on this. The dark parts, the big dark flakes in this are Laugan Ma. Love Laugan Ma. Oh, it's insane. Yeah. Laugan Ma is more calorie dense than olive oil. It's ludicrous. It's like literally the only thing I can think of that's more calorie dense than olive oil. But still got more than oil. So like what is in here? Is it like jet fuel? Yeah. I mean, you can still use it, just don't use as much as you might like. Also, again, stop. You're a growing girl. We need to keep you fed. Mm. ah. In case anybody is missing the inside joke here, uh, Nora is 6 feet tall, 6 whole feet, and she is so tired of the Dami Mommy stuff. God has turned you. It's a real commit. It really shows your commitment to being a bottom. Uh, Hello, Rexy Raibo. Thank you for the watch streak. Thank you for the watch streak. Very very kind of you. That's the natural order. The natural order of the 6 foot tall bottom. Uh, uh 188 centimeters. That's many centimeters. That's many centimeters. My personal recommendation, if you have the choice over it, is to be somewhere between 5'6" and 5'9". That's a very reasonable height to be, is somewhere in that range. Maybe 5'10". Let's call it 5'10". Um, Even once you hit 5'11", you start like hitting your head on things all the time. Five, as far as I can tell, the United States is built entirely around uh people who are 5'9", because that's the average male height. So 5'9" is like, that is basically as tall as you can be and still fit into an airplane seat, and it's basically as short as you can be and reliably reach the top shelf. So the 5'9" guys are like really killing it. The rest of us are like scrunching in to airplane seats and into cars. Uh, you haven't met a kitchen counter that didn't hurt your back. I remember distinctly in high school having to like bend over, like having my back like this like 75% of the time so I could write on my desks. That's one I really remember. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you want to be in those middle heights. 5'4.5" is I think average woman's height's about 5'4", right? Uh, Also, I think we looked this up once in a while. 6 foot is a 6 foot as a cis woman actually literally puts you off the chart. Like I think 5'11" is the top 1% for height. So like being 6 foot as a cis woman is like nearly illegal. I think in the UK they are trying to make it illegal. Mm. Really gonna fucking do it this time. No, I think it just means that the weirdest, most annoying people on the planet just have a license to harass you all the time. Short people, yeah, the oppression of the tall by the shorts. We suffer so much, Coat. You're so right. Okay, thank you for tolerating VTuber mukbang. Uh, Shorts and tall should be united against the mids. Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, the mids have spent generations successfully cultivating an environment where they get to win against the talls and the shorts. Uh, all right, let's put this camera away because this is just weird. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up. I think it's a nice background. I think it's a nice background. I'll put on the music again. Try to remind me, folks, please try to remind me to turn off the music when we get to the gameplay. Okay? Please try to remind me to do that. Please try to remind me to do that. I was about to say, I was literally Noir. I was about to say, but Noir doesn't want to be hot. She wants to be cute. No, Shark Ray, she remembers it all too well. She remembers it all too well. She remembers it all too well. The problem is that she remembers it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do something here. Hello, Ulysses. Hello, Ulysses. Yeah. Okay, let's do some spreadsheeting, folks. Let's do some spreadsheeting. Let's do some spreadsheeting. I'm going to add a second window capture. Let's find it. Where is it? That's office bin. There we go. Okay, folks. We're spreadsheeting here. We're spreadsheeting here. Have a nice lurk, Noir. What's your favorite Greek myth? I think it's Sisyphus. I don't know. There's something about the myth of Sisyphus that, like, is really poetic to me. It's horrible, but it's really poetic. Okay, let's put you down here. Okay. Okay, so, folks, I also really like the myth of Prometheus. Alright, folks. So, other people are watching the Jeff Awards, so I am going to talk about a game award that I find much more compelling and interesting. Oh, don't want to move that one. I'm going to talk about a game award that I find much more compelling and interesting, which is NPR's Game of the Year. We're going to NPR, baby. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Almantas would go to NPR? Who would have thought? What a shocker here. What a shocker here. So, the way that NPR does their game awards is a little bit different. Exactly, Beautiful Angel. It's so common. It's so common. NPR staff members and contributors have explored the breadth of this gaming year, from multiplayer sensations like Arc Raiders and Night Raid to narrative-driven experiences like Dispatch and Consume Me to inventive tabletop games like Molly House and The Old King's Crown. Whether you're looking for a short diversion or an epic 50-hour adventure, we invite you to discover your next favorite game on this interactive list. So, they've got 85 games. I'm not going to do that for all 85. I'm going to restrict it to PC and tabletop, which is still 77. So I'm going to try to move through this fast, but I just kind of want to, like, show people that NPR has good taste. Like, NPR is for the gamers. Yes, look at the first one we've got on the list, right? Yeah, they really have Alyssa Chang on the beat. First one on here is a fucking Sultan's game. Like, Sultan's game. Okay, first of all, this is an important rule of spreadsheeting. I cannot work. Is there Garamond in here? Nope. Georgia? And let's do Gentium. Let's mix up. Let's do Gentium. And I'm old. So 12 points. There we go. Sultan's game is cool as heck. Sultan's game, you work in the court of the Sultan, and he is a huge pervert. You have to try to win and achieve your goals while working for an evil man who drags you into doing evil things on his behalf because he's a sick freak. Very cool. Very cool. No, yes, yes. Abiotic factor? No, not especially. And abiotic factor is really cool. It just seems like way too much for me. It just seems like way too much for me. I'm not like contesting whether or not it's good or bad. It's just like way too much game for me. Way too much game for me. But it is very cool. Clar Obscure. Of course, Clar Obscure is on here. Yes. I'm just gonna change this to more or less now. More, less, actually. I don't know. Hearing about it, Claire Obscure has reached the level of saturation in my life where I'm kind of exhausted by it. So I kind of am just tired of it, of hearing about it. But that's fine. That's fine, I suppose. Hollow Knight Silk Song. Let's just put that down as Silk Song. Nope, haven't played it. I kind of want to play Silk Song, but not really strongly. Let's see. Damage scaling is deliberately slow. Every frustrating moment feels intentional. That's good. That's good. I mostly want to play Silk Song because I think it would be really, really funny if... I think, because it's a 2D side-scroller, so like I'm probably going to be better at it than I'm going to be at like anything 3D. So, who knows? Oh, Best Served Cold? Okay, hold on. I'm already intrigued by this one. What a title. Sharkery, what I heard, what I thought was really intriguing is that Hollow Knight is more of a parry game and Silk Song is more of a duck and weave game. So there are people who find Silk Song easier. And I am very bad at parrying, so I might be better at Silk Song than I would be at Hollow Knight. Through deduction... Okay. Set in the fictional country during the height of Prohibition, you play a bartender tasked with helping a detective. As you work to solve a series of murders, you have to lie low and earn the trust of a wide variety of local residents. Through deduction and mini-games, you have to learn to serve the right drinks. This rules. I've never heard of this before. Abercrombie. I was thinking about Abercrombie as well. That's actually my least favorite of those books. I know it's like, there's somebody who that's their favorite one, and I don't hate Best Served Cold, it's just, my favorite is The Heroes. The Heroes is so good. Actually, no, Best Served Cold, I think I like Best Served Cold more than Red Country. Red Country is kind of like, whatever. Way more. That sounds super up my alley. Yeah, it's Right Ring of Birds, right? That sounds super good. Dynasty Warriors Origins. I'm a longtime fan of classic Three Kingdoms literature. I have a lot of critiques of the Three Kingdoms literature because I know too much history now, and the romance says a lot of dumb things. Best Served Cold might have the best title, though, other than Last Argument of Kings and Last Argument of Kings before they are hanged. Both have incredible titles. I have watched Celeru playing Dynasty Warriors. This reboot trims down an egregiously bloated roster. No, that's part of the cool part. That's part of the cool part. Boo. Boo. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I haven't played... I only played Dynasty Warriors 3, which I liked a lot. I have fond memories of Dynasty Warriors 3. I liked it a lot. I think the incredibly terrible voice acting and the inability to pronounce Pinyin are charming. I love the metal soundtrack. A lot of that is in Dynasty Warriors Origins. I love the hundreds of characters. I love playing Uber Twink Joe Yu, right? Like, it's funny. Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. I have not played it. Did I already want to play it? No. The Legend of Zelda one is extremely funny to me because the whole like canon plot before that came out was like, what was Princess Zelda doing during this time period? Absolutely nothing. You would not believe how boring her life was. And then then they come out and they're like, actually, she was killing like hundreds of dudes. The Digital Duke! Hey, Digital Duke. Hold on. Digital Duke. Digital Duke has... Folks, check out the Digital Duke's model. I think the Digital Duke has the coolest model, like, going. Yeah, he was playing Buckshot Roulette with Pro Stoic. 4-player Buckshot Roulette is very, very cool. It's one of those things I want to play and I've never gotten around to setting up because I'm very bad at setting up collabs. That Mage Arena collab took me like 3 months to set up. But Digital Duke has like the coolest model. Like I love the Digital Duke's model. I might want to get a model like yours. If only for playing for when I eventually replay Pentiment on screen. I might Digital Duke. I'm very slow at planning collabs. But yeah, you can find me on Discord. I'm easy to find on Discord. Did I already want to play it? No. I don't really find Fatal Fury that interesting. Not to. Oh no, yeah. We'll worry about it later. Night Rain. I have played Night Rain. Let me take a look at how much Night Rain I've played. Oh, hold on. Let's take a look around. Alright, whatever. Night Rain. How much time do I have in Night Rain? Night Rain. I have 16 hours in Night Rain. I haven't enjoyed those hours for the most part, so I'm not super keen on it. You know, like, whatever. No, I have very little interest in Silent Hill F. I've watched other people play it. I collabed with Nagi while she played it, which is to say, I was in a voice channel on Nagi's stream while Nagi screamed about how pissed off she was at Silent Hill F. I think it's a potentially cool story held back by Silent Hill mechanics. Which, yeah, that's fine. Ball X Pits. No, yes. Fusion of Arcade, Classic Breakout, and Vampire Survivors. That's what I've heard, which is a really strong sell, if you ask me. That's really compelling to me. Ghost Balls. You get the Fuse Balls. That doesn't really change my opinion. What's with that? No. Nope. But a discounty, holy. Okay, hold on. What the heck is this? The deceptively simple discounty looks like Stardew Valley, but instead of gardening, you sell produce and other goods at your elderly aunt's mini mart in a small town. The cozy complications of the game come up when you're not attending the store. During your off hours, you gossip with town people, interact with sewer rats, and solve environmental issues plaguing the region. This rules. I've never heard of this before. I've never heard of this before. That's amazing. That's so good. That sounds amazing. That sounds like such a game. That sounds like such a game. Yeah, sounds like Reciter. And Reciter rules. It also makes me think of, hello Xanadu. It also makes me think of Traveler's Rest, which I love. I love Traveler's Rest. Traveler's Rest is amazing. Yeah, very good, very early morning for you, Xanadu. Holy. I've never heard of this one before. Let's actually add a column for heard of. Let's just change this. Played, heard of, change. Okay. There we go. That's a little bit. That's better. That's better columns. So yes, 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 no, yes, no, yes, 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 no, no, no. Yeah, please do take out the trash. Of course, of course, of course. It's garbage day, as they say. Soccer RPG is a staggering amount. It's like if you combined Pyre, Persona, and Animal Crossing. Maybe? That sounds kind of intriguing, but not enormously so. EU5. No. Yes. Yes. I'm very excited for playing EU5 when I get around to it. I am basically waiting for its first sale. That is basically the gist of it. Is either somebody buys it for me for Christmas, or I get it on sale. Paradox Games have a terrible track record of release dates. Even people I know who like EU5 are complaining about stability issues, and not just like literal, not I should say literal, not just like game running stability issues, but stability issues like the game is changing mechanics like completely radically between patches. So, and also they haven't really implemented the regions of the world I care about. North America basically doesn't exist. India appears not to be particularly well implemented. And those are the regions I care about the most by far. So, you know, on that stuff, but like I am already sold on it. It is, but yeah, it's mostly about like waiting for the game to kind of like stabilize and like knock out some bugs. Expect me to play it a lot on stream. A lot of the stuff that people, I do love you, Noir. I always love you. I always love you. Where there was a game in here that sounded very noircore, and I already forgot which one it was. I already forgot which one it was. But yeah, EU, they didn't change my opinion on this one. No change. From the studio that brought you Conan... Okay, so Dune Awakening. From the studio that brought you Conan Exiles, is no stranger to a good survival crafter, and what better setting than Arrakis? I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this. This game pushes the survival crafting genre by emulating massively multiplayer games like WoW and RuneScape. That sounds very unappealing to me. That sounds very unappealing to me. It's also a nude game. Yeah, Repos. No, never heard of this one. So no. The inherent limitations of old school 90s game make them a great vehicle for Noir. We found a game for you. Ringing the Noir alarm. By the way, I think, I forget if you were here for this, if you saw this one, Ring of Birds, but I think you'll really like this one, Discounty. Discounty is a Ring of Birds game. Discounty is a Ring of Birds game. There's a couple of these games that I could see being Gringotts games. I'm thinking about people who I actually like know enough about their tastes to like say. There's a bunch of us who are already Europa gamers. I don't even need to predict it. True, you will. The inherent limitations of old school's 90 games make them a great vehicle for horror. Fixed camera angles, unintuitive controls, and even sluggish grid-based movement. Repose is a delightfully creepy game inspired by this lineage, complete with ambiguous, not ambitious, ambiguous visuals that force you to imagine horrors of your own making, and a camera that prevents you from seeing around corners. Set in an abandoned facility, you test to look for oxygen tanks for lost astronauts, a steady declining energy meter. Yes, yeah, exactly. Was I kidding? Was I kidding? Yeah, yeah. This sounds really intriguing to me. This sounds really intriguing to me, but this is mostly a noir game. Nine Kings by Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse mentioned. Hooded Horse mentioned. Seldom does a game come around that scratches every weird, specific itch I have as a gamer. Feels like solitaire hybrid for fans of tabletop games. It's a card game, a strategy game, a tower defense game, a roguelike, and an auto battler. Okay, I am so in. I am so in. No, never heard of it. So obviously I didn't want it. Extremely intrigued by that. Extremely intrigued by that. This sounds like an insane version of... This sounds like a more insane version of Last Spell, so I am super in. Nubby's Number Factory, hell yeah, Nubbies. Scaldy, I think for a lot of us, I think for like me, you, Shark Ray, that sounds like a banger. I didn't particularly want Nubbies. I've played it. I've not played it. I've not heard of it. Brings. I mean, Nubbies is basically Balatro. Which is cool, but it's not like something I really need in my life. The Drifter. I have not played it, but I have heard of it. I didn't particularly want it. The pixel art's amazing. Puzzles are seamlessly integrated into the narrative and feel challenging without being obtuse. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It's gripping cosmic horror. Noir, here's one that's for you. The Drifter is a pixel art adventure game about cosmic horror. There's another potential noir one. Bug has played it. Bug has played the Drifter. So you can ask her. You can ask the girl with the weird voice about it. Strange Antiquities, I have heard of this. Hold on, I gotta do something here. Sheet, where is it? It's different in different... I need to freeze cells. View, freeze cells, freeze first row. Thank heavens. Oh my goodness. Wait until you meet Bug. You haven't met Bug VT. A totem can be imbued with love or joy, allowing to recall those feelings when holding it, while a Zaya worn around the neck instills fear in its wearer. You must not confuse the two. Strange Antiquities, a follow-up to Strange Horticulture, begins when you take over a shop full of curious objects. Mistaking the identity of the object can have dire consequences for the spooky town of Undermere, which has been darkened by a mysterious curse. That actually sounds really cool to me. That sounds way cooler to me than it had so far. Look Outside. Look Outside's so cool. Look Outside is so cool. Look Outside is so cool. I know enough about Look Outside that I'm not going to evaluate it here. I'm just going to leave it alone. Look Outside is so cool. Devolver tends to publish pretty good stuff. Split Fiction. I haven't played it. I have heard of it. I was not interested. Oh, it's by it's Take Two people? Yeah. They're forced to collaborate when they're trapped together in a virtual reality machine designed to exploit their creative ideas. Cliched writing and predictable plots. I don't think I'm actually very interested in that one. That actually moved that down. They actually made that sound worse to me. Yeah. Consume Me. I've seen a little bit of this. I have not played it. I have heard of it. I didn't have an opinion on it before. My question with Split Fiction is how much better is it than just playing custom maps of Portal 2? That's like where you're really going to run into the trouble for me. Because I do love playing like co-op puzzle games a lot. I really liked Bokura. I liked Bokura a lot, and Split Fiction to me looked a lot like 3D Bokura, but also worse than Bokura. Bokura was really good though. Bokura Planet was okay, but Bokura Original is real good. Jenny says she hates video games, yet she structured her life like one. Prodded by her mom to lose weight, warning this is very much a game about disordered eating, every meal becomes a puzzle where she'll cover her hunger with Tetris block foods. Studying for SATs, putting on makeup, cleaning the bathroom. Oh, this is really intriguing. Consume Me's mechanics perfectly illustrate the unreasonable pressures of young adulthood. All I have seen from Consume Me, Blue, it's actually even worse than that because you're clearly an Asian teenager, and the only scene I've seen from it was a scene where you're at dinner with your boyfriend's family, and the boyfriend's family keep on talking about how much they like his ex-girlfriend more. About how she had like really good grades and stuff. What a nightmare. yeah. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. I am compelled by that. That sounds like my kind of horror game, right? These kind of like literary, bespoke, small horrors. I've got a little bit of space. I can give myself a little bit of space here. How far are we out from ads? Ads are starting soon, so ads are going to hit in a second. Yeah, Alters. I'm not gonna say I heard of it. I had like heard the name, but I had no idea what it was. It's your game of the year. Wow. Survival, adventure, and base building. I do like base building quite a bit. Oh, we're in ads. I'll be back. I love you all. Oh, amazing timing, amazing timing. I just got back from the bathroom. Yeah, I don't really care about what they're doing over there at the Jeff Awards. Michan, that's actually pretty much, it's kind of like where I am at. I don't really like things like mix too many like fast and slow mechanics. Oh, hold on a second, where am I? Alters. A compelling fusion of survival, adventure, Jan comes to understand his variance. Wait, hold on. The game follows Jan Dolsky, the sole survivor of a spaceship crash, who clones versions of himself from different timelines to rebuild his crew. I want to watch this. I don't know how much I want to play this, but I do want to watch this. I love that. I love that. I love this as a sci-fi premise. This is a compelling sci-fi book or a really good movie. Like, I am into this. I am into this. It's live. Is it live action? Is this a live action FMV game? Because I was thinking about that while I was up. Is it like live action FMV games have been like really coming up a lot more? Oh, it's not? Okay. Okay. I feel like I've been seeing more live action FMV games, and I think it's kind of interesting that at this point in history, we're starting to see more of them. It's animated? Okay, okay, this looks just very live action-y to me. Blueprints. Nope. Yes, extremely no. People did not sell me on blueprints. I don't think you'd stand your own clones. I am actually, at this point in my life, I am really curious about what it would be like to meet a bunch of my own, like, time-traveling clones like that, because I have very poor self-esteem, and so it would be interesting to get an actual, like, some actual insight from that, right? It would either affirm what I already believe, or it would demonstrate what people have been telling me for years that I am wrong about. Hello, Aspen. Hello, Aspen. How was the Game Awards? How was the Game Awards? How was it? Aspen is lovely. Aspen works in publishing, and she has many, many opinions about books and about literature. Smart streamer over there. Smart streamer over there. And hello, Panda Hero. I am doing the other Game Awards. I am doing the other Game Awards. I am looking at the awards from the let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. I am looking at the results. I'm looking at what NPR said were their games of the years. Their games of the year. Instead of what Jeff says is the game of the year, because I don't really care, because they chose Expedition 33 because that's the safest choice, because they're boring. As I see in these, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. We have gone through 24 games. I think that Total War suits the Warhammer setting very well. I haven't played a lot of Warhammer Total War, but I have much preferred it to, say, Medieval 2, which is the one that everybody's really weirdly nostalgic about for some strange reason. But yes, we are going through NPR's list of game awards, and several of these have been really exciting to me. Nine Kings, Discounty, and Consume Me all sound fantastic to me. Let's see if they convince me on blueprints, because a lot of people... Also, I'm sorry, I didn't say hello to Calzini. I didn't say hello to Calzini. I didn't say hello to anybody. What's wrong with me? Oh, it's Gravy Gator. 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 We all love Gravy Gator. The goldenest son that we have in VTubing. But yes, I didn't say hello to anybody. It's already been an hour and I haven't done the basic hellos. Hello, Almanta OS. Hello, Almantas VT. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Aloha Gator. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Hello, Michan. Hello, Coat Pathos. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Hello, Gringotts Underrated. Hello, Tayumichi. Hello, Shark Ray 38. Hello, RG Noir. Hello, Ring of Birds. Hello, Not a Professor. Hello, Panda Hero. Hello, Rexy Raibu. Hello, Ulysses. Hello, the Digital Digital Duke. Hello, Xanadu. Hello, Scaldi. Hello, Calzini Zucchini. Hello, Aspen Doracina. Hello, Gravigator. I feel like some things are getting missed in here. Hello to... Did I miss anybody else in here? I think that's everybody. Hello, of course, and thank you for their... Oh, Golf Alpha Yankee. Hello, Golf Alpha Yankee. Thank you all for being here, and yes, for the Raiders, if they did not know me already, my name is Almantas VT. I mostly do calligraphy. I am a former professor of sociology. I mostly do calligraphy. I talk a lot. I have a couple of pretty contrarian opinions that I hold to like a crotchety old man, and we are engaging one of them right now, which is that I think the NPR Game Awards are more compelling than the Jeff Game Awards. So a couple of these sound really, really interesting to me. If anybody in here plans on playing Alters on their stream, I'll watch it. Kojima came all this way and won nothing. That's pretty funny. Especially because Death Stranding 2 came out this year. That's pretty crazy. Mostly what I know about blueprints is that I saw a lot of puzzles that were very like pun-based, which is a type of puzzle I'm really bad at. So I've watched Kari play it a little bit, and Kari's really good at that. But for me, I think I will just get my ass kicked endlessly, and that's not like the most interesting experience. So, not super interested in blueprints. Oh. Once Upon a Katamari, was that not basically Dark Souls? Dark Souls was funny, though. Dark Souls was funny. It's funny to watch me lose at Dark Souls. I had fun, at least. I had fun being that bad at Dark Souls. I have heard some people say that Once Upon a Katamari is one of the worst Katamaris. I have heard people say that it's the second or third best Katamari. Favorite feature is the new radar item. That actually does make this a little bit less compelling to me to have that. I love Katamari so much. That's actually a slight downgrade to hear that. I love Katamari though. Katamari is so good. I should play original Katamari on stream one of these days. I only know that there's apparently quite a few more. There are only two that involve the actual that involve Keita Takahashi. Katamari is so good. Katamari is what games should be, and the real tell about about Katamari is that Keita Takahashi is not really a video games guy. He's a children's toys guy. Like, Keita Takahashi took a break for years from doing video game development to design playgrounds for children. Like, that's the kind of guy he is. He's not a guy who's like a gamer who wants to make games for gamers. He's like, no, I want to make toys for children. And that's how you get Katamari. We need more guys like that. It tracks, right? Right? Doesn't it, Sharkray? Doesn't that track so much? Yeah, right? It explains so much. It explains so much about this guy. It explains so much about this guy. Explains so much about this guy. Many Nights a Whisper. Okay, I'm going to say this right up front. I am immediately slightly inclined towards this, just because the title makes me think of If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, which is an amazing book. Beautiful Angel, if you're not familiar with Katamari, I think you'll really like Katamari. You give a kid a candy and it sticks to everything. Oh my god. I have never heard of Many Nights a Whisper. Of course you do. Of course you do. That makes perfect sense. Jason, I'm assuming you mean Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa feels like a weird choice. What's the guy's name? I have to look this up. Bautista, there we go. I didn't have to look it up. I figured it out while I was typing in some search term. Dave Bautista is who should play. Would be the most flattering to be played by in a big film. I feel like Dave Bautista is the guy who's got me. That's who I would want. Is as much a playable poem as it is a exploration of how video games tell stories. You play as the dreamer who must master the sacred slingshot to make a near impossible shot to light a beacon. Succeed and dreams come true, miss and a decade of darkness awaits the world. Will you be able to carry the weight of the many expectations on the dreamer soldiers? This sounds really intriguing. Plays in less time than a feature film. Extremely intriguing. This is very intriguing. This sounds really good to me. Under 90 minutes is like, that's a big sell. That's a big sell to me. I like that a lot. 2T. Nope. Never heard of. Wait, what? What? Katamari gets on here twice? From the creator of the sublime Katamari Damacy, 2T subtly puts accessibility and acceptance at the sold. You play a middle school kid forever stuck in a T-pose. As you go about your daily challenges, you encounter imaginative characters, like a giraffe who makes you sandwiches, and discover an innate ability to spin your arms to fly like a helicopter. I'm so in. Oh my god, I'm so in. It sounds so good. It's so good. There's so little disability representation in games, right? The main game that I think about for having disability rep is Katawa Shoujo, which like Katawa Shoujo like runs into like a bunch of like limitations, some very severe limitations placed on it because of its genesis. So, so anything that does some good disabled rep is good. No, yes, no, sorry, Hannibal Kakai, nah. No. Nah. I don't care. Expelled! Expelled has definitely been one that I've been paying attention to for a while. With Expelled, developer Inkle puts a remarkably human spin on the kind of choices matter that prioritize bigger, more epic moments. Set in a 1920s British boarding school, you discover breakthroughs in a murder case by doing mund things, like snarking to your French rival or pocketing a hairbrush. Each decision takes time and forecloses other choices, but no action is wasted. Talking nonsense to a plushie opens new paths just the same as uncovering one of the school's dark secrets. Okay. Ring of Birds. Ring of Birds calling me out for even bothering to have a played column. I have played one game so far. I have played one game so far on this list. We are almost halfway in. I've played one. I have played one of these. I have played Rabbit and Steel. I don't think it made it on this list. It does hurt that this is games from this year and not games from like the last 10 years, because I almost never play games the year they come out. I almost always wait for like a year or two. My usual rule of thumb, particularly because I know too many movies, guys, I know too many goddamn movies, guys, and so like they'll be like they think that like watching like 2 to 3 movies a week is like a normal thing to do, and I'm like, that's fucking exhausting. Like, how do you have time to like work out and hang out with people if you're watching that many movies a week? Like, speaking of, so Noir, the plan is to play Horses tonight. That is the big plan. After I finish, Horses is supposed to be 2 hours long, so I'm killing a bunch of time by doing this first. We're not going to do it that then. We're not going to do that, Noir. We're not going to do that. Sorry. Stuff After a Year is going to be cheaper, but also Shark Ray, the big thing I got from being friends with movies guys is that they talk about a lot of movies, but a movie is only actually particularly good if they're still talking about it a year later. Like, they got to talk about it a year, if they're not talking about it a year later. That if they're talking about it a year later, then it's like really good, but if they're not talking about it a year later, like they didn't actually care that much. The big thing. Okay. Congratulations on your Shin donation. On becoming Cotton Hill. One featuring 4 teenagers in the mid-90s, another set decades later. Player character Swan Holloway prefers to engage her surroundings through her camcorders. I've never heard of this. It sounds eh to me. The Root Trees Are Dead. I've heard of this. I want it. I really want it. I really want The Root Trees Are Dead. I will read out what they say, because it's super cool. It's such a cool game. A plane crash kills a wealthy family, the Root Trees, leaving piles of money behind. To help resolve the estate, you'll fill in a huge family tree based on archival evidence from fictional internet searches to photos and documents. Speaking of Not a Professor, this is what Not a Professor does. It's the Not a Professor game. To help resolve the estate, you'll fill in a huge family tree based on... The clues aren't hard exactly, you just have to be thorough. The game also has a good hint system that prevents its laid-back quality from giving way to frustration. If you're the kind of person who finds it relaxing to untangle knotted necklaces or alphabetize books, this mystery game might hit the spot. Plus, there's gossip and scandal to uncover. What's not to like about that? Okay, so this sounds this actually makes it sound even better. This actually makes it sound even better. This makes it sound like it's in the tradition of Obra Dinn and Analog. And those... Analog is so good. Analog rules. I'm super excited by that one. If anybody here has played the Root Trees Are Dead, I liked Obra Dinn. I did not love Obra Dinn. A lot of people are very surprised to hear that I have like a fair amount of criticism of Obra Dinn. I do think Obra Dinn is like graphically one of the most gorgeous games like ever made. I love Obra Dinn visually. There's parts of the narrative I'm like kind of on. Peak, I have played. We've gotten a second game that I've played. You see that? I've played 2 games. And hello, no overtime. When we peak Al, I mean, Noir, if I'm being honest, I rate Peak substantially below Rabbit and Steel, Helldivers, Deep Rock Galactic. I was about to say something very dangerous, and I'm not going to say it. I don't hate you. I love playing Rabbit and Steel with you. I just think Peak is like fine. I did also enable tabletop games here. I have not played Digimon Story. I have heard of it. I didn't really want it. Stats and systems, who needs them? In Digimon Time in Time Stranger, it turns out I do. The game doubles down on complexity and feels all the more rewarding to it. Digimon have 2 sets of weaknesses. I don't know. This sounds like It sounds fine to me. Arkham Horror, The Drowned City. Okay, hold on. Here's a question. Do I count this having played... Hello, Ion. Hello, Ion. Do I count this because I've played Arkham Horror? I haven't played The Drowned City, but I have played Arkham Horror. And I don't like it very much. Do I count that as played? Them's fighting words? Yeah. I'll put that on as a yes. Absolum. There's graphics for you, baby. There's graphics. I've never heard of this before, though. In the throes of a great wizard rebellion, I brawl my way through the mystical and secret-filled world of Absalom. This roguelike beat-em-up ties together a tragic story, a badass soundtrack, and a hauntingly gorgeous art style. Every run feels uniquely challenging. That's a maybe from me. I have heard of Butcher's Creek. Butcher's Creek, this is a noir game. Not my thing. Not my thing. I've seen people play Butcher's Creek. It's cool. It's just not my kind of game. It's just not my type of game. Yeah, of course you have. I'm pretty sure I watched Nagi play it. So yeah, of course you know about it. In a better world, Molly House might replace Monopoly as the ubiquitous household board game. 1 to 5 players take on the roles of the gender-defying Mollys in Georgian London. Play cards to spark joy, seek self-havens for self-expression, or have a ball. Or become an informant for the society for the reformation of manners. Molly House sends a powerful message on queer representations. There's consummate gameplay and presentations. Okay, that actually sounds really interesting. I've never heard of this one before. That actually sounds really good. Yes, it's about the queers in Molly House. Molly House is about the queers. It's about the queers. Eclipsium is a horror game. It's also, hold on, let's Eclipsium. Nope. Walking simulators. First-person ventures largely a walk forward, solve simple puzzles affair. That's fine, but still no style and panache. Grimy, low-poly textures. Cosmic horror. If the other horror games scare you too much, this kind of atmospheric art house take on horror might be more your speed. I have to take a screenshot of this for a certain Ruru. A certain goo needs to know about this game. We can just send this over to the goo boy. Let's go. I just gotta go over to my DMs. I've got to send this to the goo boy before I forget. Where is goo boy? Where are my DMs? Goo Shatteroo. Shatteroo. Fake horror games. Our government has been up to increasing the prices on things. Tiny Bookshop. This one I know. Tiny Bookshop. I have seen people play Tiny Bookshop. Yes. Honestly, not really for me. Yeah, it seems nice to me. Tiny Bookshop seems nice to me. Yeah, Vine has been playing it. It seems nice to me. It's just not like I don't know. It's not. It seems too like simple to me. Is what I would say. Oh, Michan, you've played another game so far. You played another game. Never heard of this one. Despelote. Sent in 2002 Quito. You play as the kid who kicks anything vaguely ball-shaped as he wanders around and overhears conversations way above his head. The game invites you to linger and listen. I played in both Spanish and English. This sounds good to me, but I don't think it's enough to pass over like a buy threshold compared to some of these other games and given the rate I actually play games. Culebra and the Souls of Limbo is a cozy, heartfelt little adventure about a snake who helps other lost spirits find peace. Major Grim Fandango vibes. Alright. Never heard of it. But not selling me super hard on it. Daggerheart. Is this listed as tabletop? This is tabletop. It is the rare system that earns its hype. It unites the streamlined stats and familiar archetypes from Dungeons & Dragons with ideas from narrative-driven games like Fate, Apocalypse World, and Blades in the Dark. That's intriguing. AW mentioned, I'd never heard of this, but Apocalypse World mentions are like a strong sell to me. That's a good way to like get my attention, although sometimes people just say that and don't know what they're talking about. Citizen Sleeper rocks. That will pass the altars for you? Okay, fair enough. Each day the game rolls 5 dice you'll spend to scrounge a living and evade the crime boss who has experimented on your cybernetic body. The sequel tightens the tension with a stress mechanic, but you're not alone. Ruminative and gorgeously written. Okay, yup. I was already pretty sold. On Citizen Sleeper 2. That was already pretty sold on me. The Midnight Walk. I'm trying to speed up here. Imaginative and eerie game worlds built for VR. Claymation aesthetic, horrific and weird and wonderful characters. Yeah. To be honest, yeah. Mega Man Legends 3? Hell yeah. Hey, look, we got another one that I've played. I have played Wilds. I've played a fair amount of Wilds. 15 hours is a very generous phrasing for that campaign. That campaign, we weren't friends when I was playing Monhan. I haven't installed it since we started hanging out. I haven't installed it since... I would rather play Monster Hunter Wilds than Peak. I would rather play Wilds than Peak. Hello, Nagi. We're talking about the Real Game Awards. No, Nagi, don't go to bed. Be cooked. Keep cooking. Be slow cooked. Put the snake on the rotisserie. Put the snake on the rotisserie. Also, Nagi is a dear friend. Nagi won her match in the Pokemon tournament today. Nagi won her Pokemon match today. Hello, Hexing Ale. The Real Game Awards is NPR's Game Awards. We're looking at NPR's Game Awards. The radio show for your sleepiest grandfather. Barely. You are still undefeated, I think, right? That's what Bell said, is that you have not been beaten? Yeah, it was fun. I watched it. I actually caught this round. I have missed most of them. I have missed most of the Pokemon tournament, but I did catch this one. And to be honest, if a match doesn't have you or Bell in it, there's like a 0% chance of me watching it. 3D platformer Revenge of the Savage Planet is pure chaotic fun. That's nice. Technically you're on a mission, but you're still free to poke alien life forms and accidentally blow yourself up. The world building feels like Douglas Adams? Okay. Folks, you gotta know that Douglas Adams is like my main, is like maybe my main writing influence. Almost certainly my main writing influence when I write comedy is Douglas Adams. It's like Douglas Adams and Quantum are like my two like big ones. Oh, hold on. Innovation Ultimate. Hello Virgil. Innovation's amazing. Innovation is my favorite board game. Innovation is my actual favorite board game. It is the only board game I like more than Spirit Island. I love Innovation so goddamn much. So being able to get a box set that has all of the expansions is amazing. I love Spirit Island. I really love Spirit Island, but I like Innovation even more. Innovation's amazing. Innovation rules so much. Innovation rules so much. I don't know how to upsell it on people. Innovation is one of the only games I've played where the tech tree actually feels inventive and that you have to improvise. Like, that's one of the things that drives me insane about how tech trees are implemented in actual games in practice, is that the nature of technology as a conceit, right, as a social conceit, is that you do not know what you are going to have in the future. That's the most important thing to know about how technology operates from a like public policy and history perspective, is that you do not know what is going to happen in the future. And then when you have a tech tree that's like laid out, you do know what's going to happen in the future. Innovation is one of the few games that like really fucks with you on that front. Oh, Bone Collar, it's been a minute, Bone Collar. Holy, what are you up to, the Bone Collar? The Bone Collar. What was the Bone Collar doing? Hades 2, how was Hades 2? I'm assuming that Hades 2 is going to be on this list sooner rather than later. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. Today I'm going to play horses once I get through this. I could try to speedrun this if people, because there's some of the stuff I don't care about at all. I am going through NPR's list of the best video games of 2025. There have been some absolute bangers in here that I am extremely excited about. Announcing a vaccine before they had it, and it turned out to not be a vaccine. Exactly, Michan. Like, the technology fucks with you like that. More unlocks in the post game. Okay, like in Hades 1. I haven't played Hades 2 yet, but I have played Hades 1. I do remember that like beating the main boss is like the start of the game. Our creators I know enough about to know that I'm not interested in it. Aina Dream Barbecue I've heard of, and it sounds really cool, but I don't know I'm going to play it. The game doesn't explain itself, and it's part of the charm. That actually makes it sound better to me. If you like your games weird, poetic, and a little unhinged, hell yeah. And it's free. I was informed that Total War Warhammer 40k. Yeah, I am a big I'm a big advocate of the Total War series abandoning historical settings entirely. And so Warhammer Total War 40k sounds really good. Hello, Edgy Janie. Thank you. Yeah, it's free right now. Oh, okay, so it's free right now. Okay. Yeah, and honestly, Bone Collar, one of my biggest regrets is that we never got a war game in 40k. Not like the concept of war games, but there's a specific series of Cold War RTS called the War Game series, and their mechanics are like pitch perfect for 40k. Like, they are like pitch perfect for 40K. It would be amazing. It would be so good for 40K. But nobody's made a mod for that. I would if I was not lazy. Sonic Racing Crossworlds. There is... I've never heard of this. It's on the PC. Future character and track packs are based on SpongeBob and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Actively repulsive. Actively repulsive. Yeah, I just went and beat an Immortal Empires campaign. Total Warhammer 3 is the Chaos Dwarves. Oh, okay. I have only... I'm like mostly like a Medieval 1 Total War player. Is mostly what I've played. Promise Mascot Agency. I've not played it, but I have heard of it. I do think it's cool. They've actually made it sound worse to me by pointing out that the anthropomorphic finger is foul-mouthed. Hello, Alexander Tolan. Mr. Ptolemy. Baby steps, baby steps, baby steps. I really want baby steps. I want to play baby steps one of these days. Baby steps is amazing. Bennett Foddy is amazing. Bennett Foddy is amazing. They should give more games to Bennett Foddy. No. Yes, I've heard of it. No. May not revolutionize the open world adventure genre. Less. You've actually made it sound even less good to me. Sunderfolk. Simpler Gloomhaven for your phone. Never heard of it. That is not intriguing to me. Scan a QR code. I am out. I am out. Yeah, Gloomhaven is dull, and making it simpler doesn't improve any of the problems I have with it. Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii? I have heard of it. I'm not very interested. I'll watch Iris play it. If you skip all the cutscenes, you have one big cutscene of 20 minutes. That's amazing. Bennett Foddy's such a genius. That's incredible. I love that. I love that. That's so good. That's so good. It's a deck builder game where you grow your dukedom by acquiring buildings that increase your resources, military units, and production. As you encounter new regions, you'll place your units, your enemy units, and the board's terrains on Tetris-style gameplay. Oh my god. Of course you'll want to clear a line, but at what cost to the synergy of your wheat production? This is amazing. This is amazing. I'm so sold. I'm so sold. I'm so sold on Drop Duchy. I'm so sold on Drop Duchy. Dispatch, I have not actually played it. I have absolutely heard of it. I've been involved in discourse for it. I don't need to hear your opinions on this. Date Everything. I've watched people play this. It looked really cool to me at first, and then like it became really grating to me as I watched more of it get played. It just felt really... Everything just felt really annoying to me. Like, First Berserker, obviously I haven't played it. Obviously I don't want it. There's no way you're convincing me to play for Kazan. There's no way. There's no way. I know too much about Kazan to want to play it. I watched Alex and Nagi crash out over Kazan way too many goddamn times. Salt of Midnight I have heard of. It looks really cool to me. It didn't overshadow the rest of it. Could have easily been a visual novel with linear digestible chapters. This actually makes it sound worse than it did before. Doom the Dark Ages, you're not going to convince me to play Doom the Dark Ages. No, yes, no, AI. KCD2, no, yes, no. I'm actually not really interested in KCD2. It's too, I don't know, it's too open worldy for me. Yeah, South of Midnight's super, oh, has a stop motion like cutscenes, but you can disable them? Why would you want to disable that? Why would you want to disable that? I've never heard of Old King's Crown. Why would you want to disable that? That's beautiful. That rules. In the Old King's Crown, up to 4 players fight to rule the kingdom by scheming across 3 different battlefields. Cards are placed face down and revealed battle by battle, leading to surprising turnabouts. This sounds amazing. This sounds amazing. This sounds absolutely amazing. This sounds amazing to me. Anno 117, no, yes, no, AI. Atomfall. No, I haven't heard of it. No. Game's tense and punishing over dozens of hours. Light on the RPG elements. That's actually pretty feeling. Looks like it lagged. it looked like it lagged. Yeah, a Bethesda-like game that has less RPG elements is intriguing to me. FFTIA. Yes. Yes. No. I already own FFT. I've played FFT a lot. I have beaten FFT dozens of times. I have opinions about different Final Fantasy Tactics mods. If Ivalice Chronicles is where more total overhaul mods wind up at some point in the future, I might pick it up. But until then, it looks like a downgrade from original Final Fantasy Tactics. I have watched some people play it. So, you know, whatever. Cabernet, never heard of this one. Beautifully designed and thought-provoking, Cabernet had me savoring every drop. You play as Liza, newly turned vampire struggling between maintaining her humanity and indulging her nihilism. You'll navigate vampire society in a 19th century town in Eastern Europe. Cabernet's vampirism clearly stands in for a real issue. Alcoholism. Ooh, okay, you, It's okay, Andrew Jenny. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Old Skies, never heard of this one. You play as operative. It's about time travel. They say the word trope, which is always a negative. Usual point and click inventory puzzles for the genre. Negative, as far as I'm concerned. Fia stays the same as the world changes around here. That's nice. Including a mission to September 10th, 2001. I'm still looking on that one. It sounds really cool for... I am not like a big fan of like the inventory puzzle game genre. I enjoyed Perfect Tides, but that's really about it. Hades 2, no, yes, yes. It'll release one day. I'll get around to Hades 2 at some point. I will. That's not like a question. That's not like a question at all. News Tower. We're getting towards the end. There were 77 in here, and we're on 71. Newsies meets The Sims workplace simulator for detail-oriented news junkies like me. Said 1930s New York, hell yeah. Steering a down-on-select newspaper through the worst days of the Great Depression. Each printing demands a choice between holding firm to journalistic integrity and selling out to the highest bidder. Game's pace can be frenetic as reporters scramble to meet deadlines. Edgy Jenny, thank you for the follow. Charming Art Deco style. This sounds really intriguing. Diatoms. One of the most beautiful tabletop games I've played. In this abstract puzzle, you play as a Victorian scientist arranging microscopic algae into mesmerizing mosaic patterns, a thing that really happened. After placing a water tile in the communal pond, you collect diatoms of various shapes and colors to arrange on your personal microscope slide. You earn points based on symmetry, matching colors, and different shapes. Randomized extra scoring. This sounds okay. This sounds okay. If somebody broke this out at a party, I'd play it. But if I'm not going to buy it on my own, based on that description. 100 line. No, yes, no. Mix of visual novel and strategy RPG, 100 endings, wipe the sweat off your brow, blah, blah, blah. Branching path interface. You didn't sell me on this being actually like an interesting game. Yeah, I've heard mostly pretty good things about it. I saw Bodega play it. I watched Bo play it. It seemed fine. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, hell yeah, Skin Deep. Here we go. Blendo. It's Blendo Games, baby. The heavy hitters have come out to play. This is we are not fucking around here. We got Blendo in the house. In space, everyone can hear you sneeze. From exposing yourself to dust to stepping on broken glass, innocuous actions gain newfound complexity in the pirate-infested ships of Skin Deep. Flush talking heads down toilets. Throw pepper at guards to distract them. Roll on the ground to escape from explosions you surely didn't cause. Taking cues from Deus Ex along with Die Hard, levels are tightly designed as playgrounds for creative mayhem. At its heart, Skin Deep is as funny as it is inventive. Did I tell you that there are space cats to rescue? Blendo. Blendo, baby. Wanderstop. I've never heard of this, but the story follows Alta, a warrior who responds to burnout by redoubling her training efforts. Exhausted, she stumbles across an inexplicable tea shop in the woods. With each cup she reluctantly brews, Alta discovers something new about herself. By the end, I had a nice little happy cry. Oh my god. Okay. This is a sell. This is a sell. The Bazaar? I've heard of the Bazaar. No, yes, no. Wanderstop is good. It looks really good. I mean, anything involving Stanley Parable. Any mention that's going to get me to stand up. Live service, auto battler, maybe. I do like auto battlers. I do like auto battlers. I do like auto battlers. Last one here, and then we get to start. Pippi Strello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. Okay, that's already a good title. When rival business owners get their hands on a machine that splits souls, Yo-Yo master Pipit Pipistrello and his aunt, who has part of her soul infused into Pipit's yo-yo, must zip, spin, and dash their way across New Jolt City to retrieve the rest of her soul. Brazilian indie studio Pocket Trap fuse a 2D Zelda-like format with unique combat, humor, and progression. You pay off debt to receive upgrades. Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo is a modernized blast of colorful early 2000s nostalgia that feels like a long-lost Game Boy Advance game. That sounds good. That actually does sound good. That sounds good. Okay. See, like, look at this. There's like half a dozen games in here that I didn't hear of that I now really want. That I really want after that one. I can't see what my ads look like. I can't see what my ads look like. I am now anxious to get to horses. I am now anxious to get to horses. And of course, this is when all of Discord, not all of Discord, all of Twitch craps itself. Dashboard. Let's go over to my stream manager. Can I change things? Horses as the game. Horses is going to be our game. Hold on. Is there a set game command? I need to set this up as like a manual thing inside a streamer bot because this is annoying as hell right now. Sorry, I'm just really tilted out at the fact that like now I can't even get into my own dashboard. I can't even edit my own stream info. My internet's going fine. But yes, there's a couple of games in here that I really want now. Nine Kings is a top tier one. Nine Kings is now incredibly intriguing to me, right? Nine Kings is probably the one. To a T sounds amazing. The Root Cheers Are Dead I already wanted a lot, but now I'm like really interested in it. Aina Dreams moved up there. Revenge of the Savage Planet moved up there quite a bit. There's quite a few games in here that I'm now quite excited about. That now I'm really, really excited about that I wouldn't have thought about before. Like those are the big ones. Our Nine Kings. Nine Kings, Revenge of the Savage World, Innovation, To a T. Expelled was already exciting to me. Expelled is by the same people who made, what's it called? Overboard. Overboard is about being on a cruise ship in the same era, and you're just murdering everybody. you're just a society lady in the 1920s who's just like tipping people off of the edge of a boat, like all over the place. It's crazy. You are so evil in Overboard. It rocks. It absolutely rocks. Add, hold on. I'm gonna Twitch, channel, set channel game. Okay, I don't know how to do this the right way, so I'm going to do this a really bad way. I'm going to do this a really, really bad way. I'm going to do this the really, really bad way. So we're going to play horses. And we're going to get sent to the add dimension beforehand. Test. And then add another one for set title. And this is so janky. It doesn't say horses now. It's banned from Twitch and from Steam. I'm from Steam. It's not bannable on Twitch, but it is bannable on Steam. Hello, Posse Clapper, and thank you for the follow. Okay, and then we're going to get hit by ads before I really get to play it. Let's put that away. And let's launch it. Where'd I put it? Where did I put it? I'm gonna put away my my OBS. I may as well put away the schedule. Okay, game audio. Interesting. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, Itsy Bitsy Bones. That's a good point. Yeah, there's somebody want to look those up while I try to figure out what's happening with the audio? If somebody looks up the trigger warnings and posts them, I'll pin it. This is very strange. I can hear it perfectly fine. It's super loud now. Yeah, I believe sexual assaults. Okay, we're in ads. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I am back. Game audio is not going through. There we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. So Chaticus, Chatterino, chat room. This game. I only heard about it because it's turbo banned. It's a bit loud. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Because it's loud on my end. So if I have an excuse to turn it down on my end, I am pretty happy. I am pretty happy. How is that? Because that's like comfortable for me. If it's still a bit loud, I can turn it down in OBS. Because currently at 100% on OBS. Okay, so, yeah, Horses is turbo banned on Steam and on Epic, and the Steam did not tell them, has been like really recalcitrant about telling them why it's banned. And it's on itch, which is where I bought it. I bought it off of itch, and itch.io did a manual review of it because it got banned on the two main gaming platforms, and itch.io was just like, this is not a big deal. What are you talking about? Like, this is like, what do you mean this game is banned? And so I am really curious about it. There's a bunch of political activists who are like, oh yeah, I'm so glad it's banned. So I'm curious about what could possibly have gone on. A bit loud with the music. Okay, thank you, Shark Ray. This looks all right to me when I look at the because I'm looking at it visually. I'm looking at the visual output graph. The visual output graph to me inside OBS looks good. This is about what I try to aim for with game audio. So I think we're good to go. I have not played it. You have seen as much as I've seen. All I've done is launch it and make sure that it launches. I did not actually make sure it runs. Oh, there we go. This game contains scenes of physical violence, psychological abuse, gory imagery, depictions of slavery, physical and psychological torture, domestic abuse, sexual assault, suicide, and misogyny. The inclusion of these elements is intended to depict and characterize a fictional world and its fictional inhabitants. The presence of these elements is not an endorsement of them, nor do they reflect the beliefs or values of its creators. Oh, wow. Chat room? Yeah. This game presents distressing and morally uncomfortable situations. At time progression may require actions that conflict with the player's personal values, including participation in oppression, coercion, or physical harm. Some scenes also feature unsettling sounds, such as chewing and swallowing, which may be disturbing for players with sound sensitivities or related phobias. Character dialogue also include references to psychological trauma that may be upsetting, especially for those who have had similar experiences in their past. Player discretion is advised. If you feel uncomfortable or upset while playing, please consider stepping away and reaching out to someone you trust. Okay. First of all, let me go do something here. We are going over to Fugi. This is not working. This is just not working. This is just absolutely not working at a technical level. This is just not working. So let's see. Do I need to be in a room? Wow. Okay. There we go. Okay, I do have to be in a room. I do have to be in a room. Uh, I do have to be in a room. I am going to. We're going to be using this Fugi, and I am going to just fully close VTS and VBridger. They're just going away. Uh, they're just going away. There we go. And let's put me behind chat. I really can't. I am shocked. Oh wait, hold on. I don't want to be there. I am honestly legitimately surprised by how much it cannot handle that. And I only have a Windows executable, so I don't know if it can run on my gaming PC at all. I genuinely don't know if my gaming PC can handle it. Also a bit of an alarming sign that I did not set full screen. Hold on a second. Okay, first of all, I said that it absolutely cannot handle that. Hello, Nightmare Nexus. Hello, Nightmare Nexus. Hello. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders. Let me give this shout out to Nightmare Nexus. What are you up to, Nightmare Nexus? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy and talk about history on this here channel. Today, however, I was interested in this controversy that has happened where this game called Horses has been turbo banned off of Steam and off of Epic. And so I was really curious about why it is apparently like the most controversial game on Steam, a platform that includes an entire series called Sex with Hitler, where you play as teenage girls who have sex with Hitler. So the fact that this is apparently a more controversial game is extremely interesting to me. And so I got it off of potentially sexual situation with a minor. That doesn't sound right to me. That does not sound right to me, given the other games that they allow on that platform. That does not ring true to me. So I want to see what the deal is. How was Total Chaos? How was Total Chaos? Also, hello to Brando Inator and Trelter Skelter. Welcome in. Welcome in. That was for a while they refused to give any reason. I will say that I normally have a model, but this game is causing, even without, I normally have a live 2D, but I am having to go to PNG because, oh my goodness. You streamed the Game Awards, but you weren't ready for it to be 5 hours. You fool! You fool! You fool. I spent 2 hours on the much simpler NPR Game Awards. I spent much more time on the NPR Game Awards. I found like 3 games that I'd never heard of that I really want to play, thanks to NPR. Thank you, NPR, for having base game taste. Uh, yeah, 5 hours sounds normal to me. 5 hours sounds like a normal amount of time for a major award show to be. Uh, I don't actually know how long normal award shows are because I definitely do not sit through and actually watch the entire Oscars, which is the only one I'd even think about doing that with. There's no way you're gonna catch me sitting through a Grammys or an Emmys. Uh, but yeah, I hope that you had a good time with that, and I hope they had a good time with Total Chaos. You said you only did the first chapter, but yes, obviously, so it sounds like you were probably gaming or online for like 6, 7, 8 hours. Uh, so like, oof. If you and your folks need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Please feel free to do so. Uh, I appreciate you stopping by. Uh, but yes, we are going to be this game. By the way, you should pay attention to the pinned message. This game has content warnings out the wazoo. Uh, this game has crazy content warnings. So do feel, if this alarms you at all, please, exit the stream. Uh, please exit the stream. I do not want to put anybody through distress that they are not prepared to handle. I expect to find this distressing, but I expect to find it distressing in a way that I can handle, right? We have just started. We have just started. All we know is that we are in the prologue and that it was written in Italian. That's what we know. Also, that it is really wrecking my game. Well, not my game, my PC. Okay, so I can ring the bell. Uh, Hello, Babo Sabrina. Yes, you just got here. You just got here in time. We are just starting. I am just mouse sensitivity is actually a little bit high for me, which is crazy. Mouse sensitivity is never high for me. I'm a mouse sensitivity maniac. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. There's a sprint button. There are invisible walls. Tecnio della meccatronico. So then I don't speak Italian. I don't know why I was acting like I did. I like this a lot. I like this whole. These are good decisions from an upfront point of view. When we say the Sony, yeah, I don't know what these mean. Title and interface, I guess. I like this as a form of doing credits. Um, I like this as a form of doing credits. Oh, interesting. Tranquilizer. Okay. It just says ZZZ on it a whole bunch. I thought this was going to be a shuttlecock. Just so folks know, tranquilizer darts don't work like that in real life. Uh, it's actually very hard to give somebody enough of a tranquilizer that it knocks them out without killing them. Uh, like, that's a thing that can kill you on a surgical table with doctors while you're already inside a hospital. So, you know, if you're trying to tranquilize somebody at a distance as a way to not kill them, um, maybe not. Maybe not. You are an extremely chill raven. Unless if this is supposed to be a crow or so tiny, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a raven. This raven is too chill. Matter of opinion. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so here's a horse race track. All right, we got a horse race track. Anselmo, welcome. So nice to finally meet you. I've been waiting for a little while now. I love this. Okay, I love this as an artistic decision. I feel I like this a lot as an artistic decision. The silent movie title cards. Tell me, did you have any trouble finding the place? I don't know if thumbs up was I had trouble finding the place or I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but it looks like you managed anyway. So your dad's been making you get a summer job. Well, it's always nice having a little money in your pocket. Tell me, have you ever tried your hand at farm work before? I have not. I like that head shake animation. Come on, don't worry. It's simple enough work. You're just going to help out around the farm. It'll be fun. We'll have a good time together, I promise. Come, let me show you around the property. Follow me, please. Okay, and there's like two little walking dudes in the bottom left, implying, I guess, that like I can't walk any faster than him. Saw something there. Interact. Oh, that's the door. Okay. This is your room. You can drop your bag down there. So he means over here. Uh, put down. Okay, that's a more modern backpack than I was expecting. I was expecting this all felt very like 1920s, 1950s to me. So I'm actually kind of surprised that I just have like a modern backpack. Horses? This is my room. Now please don't go sticking your nose around in there, okay, Anselmo? It's, how should I put this? Private. Thinking it was like an old leather luggage bag. Well, it's a double strap element to it. It looks, well, and there's a TV. Uh, the radio, a landline phone. I could believe this is anywhere from 19. Even with the backpack feeling pretty modern, I could believe this is recently as far back as the 1970s or but like also 80s or 90s feels very legitimate to me. This is the vegetable garden. You'll be spending quite a bit of time here. It's nice to grow your own food. Always good to be self-sufficient, eh? Do me a favor. Go ahead and pick 2 carrots for me. That's interesting. Okay, when I don't look directly at it, it's in Italian. Or if somebody speak Italian, is orto a vegetable garden in Italian? Those look like cabbages to me. There's a carrot. And there's a second carrot. So these are maters. These got to be tomatoes. Uh, I'm a dumbass. What are these? Tomatoes, carrots, cabbages, and I don't actually know what these are. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. Come on. I'm going to show you my horses now. Tell me, do you like horses? Potatoes? I do not like horses. Uh, hello, Viro Valkyrie. Oh, potatoes? Okay. Okay. Oh, well, you'll learn to love them, I'm sure. Devil's turnips. Turnips also make sense for a vegetable garden. I feel like whenever I see potatoes, they're on like raised mounds, but I don't know. Maybe they're not being that attentive. Are you even human if you don't like potatoes? I've. Whoa. Uh, one of my goals, one of the things I really want to do in my life is trumpet. Okay, okay. One of the things I really want to do in my life is uh I want to try out some of the other potato varietals because I have had like there's apparently thousands of types of potatoes and I've only had like 5 or 6. So like I want to know what secrets. What are the secrets of the Andes? Okay, the dog did not like that. Uh, I just want to know what they taste like, Noir. I want to know what they taste like. The idea that I have a favorite type of potato that I've never had, that I am just living in like a bullshit world of russets and gold, and like if it turns out like Yukon golds actually suck, well then. Jesus, okay. These are my horses. They're my pride and joy. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's that's fucked up. Let's take a little stroll around the property. Go ahead and get on the horse. Don't be shy, Anselmo. This is how they're doing Vera Valkyrie, this is how they're doing text. We'll see, Latero Red. We'll see. So far this is fucked up, but not actually that crazy. Okay, actually hold on. This is something I meant to do at the start. This is actually something I meant to do at the start and I forgot to do. I forgot to do earlier. Okay. Okay, here is how I am thinking, right? Okay, so this is a game that got banned off of Steam, right? For being controversial. It is a game that is supposed to be controversial and uncomfortable. We put up the content warnings, right, at the top of stream. So, I am thinking about this in terms of how envelope pushing is this, right? As a piece of art. And I am going to use as my unit of measure a subjective vileness unit. That is my quantum. That is my quantum. If that is one SVU, one subjective vileness unit, is what I would consider to be a shocking thing that you might see on daytime television, but not something that's like truly out of pocket or actually that's shocking. Like, what is the maximum that I could expect to see, you know, on just a television show playing after dinner, right? So the sort of thing you might see on I've mostly of those types of shows, Criminal Minds is the one that I've seen the most, but you know, there's NCIS, there's crime scene investigations. I do not think I don't want to I don't watch enough anime. I am not going to put City is the anime I've watched the most recently. I'm not giving City the anime even one SVU. Uh I so let's think about this. So like one SVU, it's like more than one SVU would be so like one SVU would be like on-screen portrayals, brief on-screen portrayals of rape is within one SVU, okay? Uh Oblique references to sexual assault is like a quarter of an SVU. Because like Criminal Minds, which is like a show that you can just watch on TV, has explicit portrayals of sexual assault on screen. Like people get raped and murdered on Criminal Minds. Like that's like a normal plot point in that show. So like that's one SV, that's one subjective vileness unit. Uh, and so like I think all of Evangelion together is like 0.7. I think all of Neon Genesis Evangelion together like 0.7 or so. Uh, Perfect Blue. I think Perfect Blue would be like 0.8. I love Perfect Blue as an aside. Perfect Blue is one of my favorite films, but as an aside, I would say it's still like 0.8 of an SVU. It's pretty close there. But the fact that the sexual assaults that happen in that are clearly and explicitly supposed to be simulated, even from the inside, I have not seen Made in Abyss. Goblin Slayer would be multiple SVUs. I have only seen a little bit of Goblin Slayer, but I feel comfortable saying the Goblin Slayer is like a 2 or a 3 SVUs. And this is non-linear, right? This is, like I said, subjective. Yeah. Yeah. Goblin Slayer is several. I haven't seen Berserk. Anime is usually not a good one to ask for me giving you broad input on. As an aside, usually not the best one for me to go to. Like getting us up to like above like 5 or 6, we're getting into stuff like Sallow and Human Centipede. Right? Like if like that's what I'm gonna say. I'm not counting individual instances. They have to be more shocking. Individual instances only add a little bit. They do not add linearly. We are going very non-linearly. I actually never watched Tusk. I think and it's not just sexual violence. Sexual violence just tends to get a lot of marks. Come and See is going to be like a 6, 7, or 8, somewhere up there. Come and See is up there. Come and See would be up there. Yeah, that might be the highest on this one. Yeah, so that's kind of like where I'm going with this is, right? Like if this is only like 2 SVUs, 2 or 3 SVUs, I'm going to say that Steam is just full of shit. That's kind of my take on this. Is like if this is not like solidly shocking to my sensibilities, a guy who has watched a fair amount of Criminal Minds and CSI, like I am just going to be calling horseshit on this getting banned. That's kind of where I'm going on this. Because like again, like this is a platform that has Sex with Hitler, the game where you play like a 13-year-old girl having sex with Hitler. Like, you know, I yeah, so hey, you're a man, aren't you? Now get on. Yeah, we're Baboso, you were at the start. We're okay. So I didn't get to. So I went from. I got to choose neutral, then unhappy, but I have to choose eventually assenting, or else the game doesn't go. Okay. Steam has Black Souls, where one of the main characters is one of the main mechanics is sexual assault. This is messed up. This is unpleasant. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting this. See that cabin over there? Don't go inside. It's off limits unless I invite you in. Where's this cabin? Discarded Uma Musume game concept. I'm expecting more subtlety. You can't be subtle with gamers, man. Well, we're about to find out, Beautiful Angel. To me, this feels... We're about to find out, I suppose. To me, this feels like it's about slavery, right? Like, hey, why don't we have ourselves a little race? Get ready. We're still in the tutorial, right? So, like, usually you don't judge what a game is about while you're still in the tutorial. Okay, there's a jump. Oh my god. This is, Okay, I cleared that one. This horse has terrible jumping for him. Admittedly, I've never had to jump with another person on my back. I won. Maybe I'll give you a rematch another time if you've earned it. The horses did a good job, didn't they? You can reward them with the carrots you picked earlier. Oh god. Okay. Okay. This game is starting to cohere to me. Like, already, I'm starting to get it. That's all for today. We can start the real work tomorrow. Come on, tell me, what do you think? Are you excited about your new summer job? Christ, that's grotesque. Oh, I don't even get to say no, yes or no. Okay, so title card drop. So far, it's we've gotten humans in horse masks. I mean, heads up for anybody who is going to heads up for anybody who might not be familiar with me. I've been vegan for a long time, so like this is kind of how I feel about how people treat horses in general. Is that it's pretty? I feel like humans treat horses really badly by default. Uh, like, and I feel like this is a fairly straightforward stripping of the pretense that people are nice to their horses. Because most people I've seen with horses are not nice to their horses. Though I guess working in animal shelters did make me encounter some of the worst cases. I'm really glad you're here, Anselmo. I'm getting old and the farm needs a lot of work. I can't handle it all myself the way I used to. Besides, it's wonderful to keep each other company. While you're working during the day, while you're resting at nights. Tell me, don't you agree? Such a shame you'll only be here for 2 weeks. But who knows? Maybe you'll really take to it. Maybe you'll decide to stay with me a little longer. But enough talking. Come on, eat your dinner. Yeah, the at night part did make that a lot more distressing. This is reminding me a lot of mouthwashing. Do you want some more? Look at his fucking face, man. This guy is not okay. Anselmo is not having a good time. This is horses. Hello, Vex and Cat. Hello, Vex and Cat. Let's give it a quick shout out to Vex. Vex, this is a this game is like turbo banned on Steam and on Epic. Oh crap! Thank you for the reminder to disable a whole bunch of things. I can't have this game eats up way too many resources, for me to have my model up. So I'm gonna disable a lot of stuff right now. Oh, I got it on itch. I got it on itch. Oh. So head pats disable. Flip the camera disable. Forearms disable. Group disable all. Disable all. And disable all. Let's disable that one as well. We're going minimalist on these redeems. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about Latro. That's what I am thinking about. That is my first angle on this, is that this game was not banned for anything that is inside the game. That's currently where I am laying. I am curious to see if that's true. I said I was full. Okay, those are regular horses. Steam. This is banned on Steam and Epic. Wait, what company did this? What is the name of the company? Santa Ragione. Santa Ragione. Santa Ragione. They did Saturnalia, Milky Way Prince, Wheels of Aurelia. They're from Milan. They're from Milan. It looks like it's mostly two people. Oh, interesting. We'd better get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a tough day. Sweet dreams. Stand up. Yeah, this backpack looks pretty modern to me. Not like super duper modern, but like 70s or later. Absolutely satanic fucking glow here. Okay, that's... Now they've managed to make me feel weird. Okay, I think I understand what's going on here. Now I think I got it. I think I got it. They actually managed to hit me with this one, but I think I got it. This is a scene. This is a scene right here. Yep. Day one. Locked. Okay. Yeah, I can see the Kubrick influence in here. I so far the thing that this has mostly made me think of, and this qualifies as a bit of a spoiler for a 2018 movie. It's making me think a lot about Sorry to Bother You. Good morning, Anselmo. Did you sleep well, like a little angel, eh? Here I made you breakfast. Come on, enjoy your meal. What are these? There's cookies? Ooh, I feel bad for anybody who's got misophonia. Wonderful. And now we're going to give breakfast to our good little doggy too. See the bowl on the kitchen counter? Use the ladle to fill it with slop from the pot and then bring it over to him. Make sure you feed him every day, eh? Where's the bowl? All right. And then here's Fido. Crazy how the dog like can't really get out of the doghouse. It's like not great. Today we'll start by watering our lovely little vegetable garden. The watering can is in the tool shed out back. Fill it up at the sink on the side of the house. And remember, always put the tools back where they belong after you're done. Well, hold on. Am I still holding the ladle? Ladle's there. There's the horses. It might be a person with a dog mask. Riding crop, saw, hammer, sickle, clippers, watering can. And that's a watering trowel, bucket. There's the sink. Oh, that's a really distressing way of rendering a filled watering can. That's really gross looking. I don't like that. I don't know. I think that's just a dog. Orto. Water. Oh, yeah, those look pretty potato shaped. Tomatoes. Carrots. Cabbages. An empty watering can. May as well just sprint back there. Ugh. The hands are free, so that tells us something. Usually, if you want to indicate that somebody was killed by other people in a hanging, you tie their hands and you leave their hands free to indicate that it's a suicide. Um, okay. Yeah, yeah. I was wondering if it's supposed to think of that as an executed horse or a suicidal horse. What? Oh no, not again. I'm sorry you had to see an awful thing like that. Listen, here's what we're going to do. Take the shovel from the tool shed and dig a hole in the graveyard. Then return to the tool shed and get the wheelbarrow. We'll meet in front of the tree. The graveyard. The cemetery is this way. Okay. So there's a shovel in the tool shed. Hammers, saws, riding crop. Shovel. Fido, Gondrano, BoJack Horseman reference, Mama, Papa, Bianca. You have to dig more than that, buddy. Digging a grave is, that is an extremely shallow grave. Hello, Kango. Noir, I have no idea what you mean. Other than a shallow grave. I genuinely don't know what the hell you're trying to say. Help me move the body into the wheelbarrow. Heave ho. Good, good. Now dump it into the grave. You miss farm work. Oh, okay, okay. I thought you meant like you wish you were BoJack Horseman. I was like, that does not make sense. That does not sound correct. Thank you. I'll take care of the rest. Well, not exactly a good start, eh? Day 2. Okay. There's breakfast for me. I guess I'll eat breakfast first. Clovers. I don't have misophonia, but I do feel bad for the people who do. Hey, I'm supposed to feed the dog. Babalsa Marina, thank you for the follow. Misophonia is a description for people who struggle a lot with sounds. For whom sounds are exceptionally distressing. Common in autistic people. Not so much a phobia as like a frustration or irritation, but a little bit like that, where it's a little bit more irrational, right? Where it's just like a lot, where like almost everybody has like a bit of a fear of spiders, but if somebody's got arachnophobia, they're really dramatic. You know, to me, I don't know. My understanding is there's a difference in kind. I apologize if I'm describing it poorly, but it's not of kind, not in kind. It's a difference in quantity than in kind. Certain noises irritate people. Misophonia is when it's really severe, right? Misophonia is just like exceptional and severe. That's how I understand it. Yeah, yeah. We're going to pause here because oh hey, there's a log. That's actually really nice. I don't have access to the ad manager, so I'm gonna see if I can manually run commercials right now and use the bathroom. But we'll be back in a few minutes. And I'm just gonna get some water and stretch. Everybody get some water, get some stretch. Don't die of very easily preventable things. And I'll see you all in a few minutes. Let's see if that actually works. There we go. I'll be back. Oh, right. I am back. I am back. I am back. Uh, I mean, so far, I mean, this is an Italian game that feels like an Italian movie, right? Like, so far, this feels like Fellini. Um, so far, it feels like Fellini. Today, we're going to get to know our task board. Please look it over carefully. Daily tasks and list. On the left side, you'll see a list of all the tasks to do while I'm gone in the mornings. On the right side, there's a list of male horses. Now, Anselmo, listen carefully. Fornication among horses is strictly prohibited. If you see any horses fornicating, tell me immediately, eh? The male horses are Primo, Vento, Agro, Poldo, Gramo, Galopamene, Galopaleme, Fritz, Aquilante, Bazzolo, Otto, tell me, do you understand? Check the task board every morning when I'm gone. On the left, you see the tasks to be done. Now, take this tag and hang it on the grave marker of the horse that died yesterday. Come on, hurry up so we can start our nice day at work. Artax. I'm still supposed to feed the dog. Sorry, this is bugging me. I'm supposed to feed the dog. I don't think I want to understand. Well, unfortunately, being an adult means understanding all sorts of things that you don't want to understand. It's a female horse. Okay. Okay, she wants me to pick some flowers. Some sunflowers? No, these aren't sunflowers. They're huge. I'm too American. I don't recognize what types of flowers these are. Too Gringolomente. Yeah, exactly. No, overtime's wild. I like the speak question mark. It's very distressing. Day 3. How's the Forbidden Game? It's very Italian, Sybil. Also, hold on, let me give a shout out to Sybil T. Moth. Um, I think Sybil, you will understand that I am trying to evaluate the Forbidden Game. Yes, we are at a farm. It is Italy. They haven't given us a clear time, but we have electricity. We have a television. Uh, uh, and that's the background so far. That's the actual background. Um, we're still pretty early in the game. Like, I only started the game at like the 2-hour mark. But yes, people should check out Sybil. I think Sybil. Well, no, I am trying to measure is it actually offensive to American sensibilities? That's what I am curious about. Is I have decided on a unit of measure. So I want you to think about the type of TV show that people like to watch after dinner in America. I am imagining Criminal Minds because that's the one I'm the most familiar with, but also your NCISs, your crime scene investigations, your Law and Orders. Uh, and I am thinking that the kind of stuff that you would see on an episode of that television is one standard vileness unit. I should say, no, one subjective vileness unit. So, like Criminal Minds in particular, right, has not every episode, but fairly frequently an on-screen rape, right? Uh, and so if they're going to be claiming that this game is too offensive to be on the Steam storefront, I am expecting it to be like 5 or 6, right? I'm expecting it to be worse than Solo. Uh, I am expecting like certainly worse um than Come and See. I'm just gonna respond to you with the Manhunt the book. Yeah, that's a obnoxious how much of a controversy that was. Um, little dog print cookies. The Rockstar game. Okay, I forgot all about. Oh wait, is that the one? No, wait, hold on. I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I was thinking you meant the um the shark game. I don't know the Rockstar game, Manhunt. By the way, this horrible sound. And hello, Bigger Pig. Hello, Bigger Pig. It's the pig that bigs. The lack of dog is not great. Uh, feed dog. Take the basket in the tool shed and pick up vegetables. Give the horses some hay. Okay, so we got our horse hay. Oh, hello, Fido. Hello, Bigger Pig. Thank you for the gift sub through Sybil. That's very kind of you. Uh, uh, that's very kind of you, Sybil. Enjoy your tanks. Uh, as you know, this is a viewer supported stream. It is supported by viewers like you. That is what I rely very heavily on that. Yeah, so our dog is human too. So yes, I rely on subs and gifts to keep myself in paper and ink and keep the electrons flowing and food in my belly. Uh, well, we couldn't see it below the shoulder. We couldn't see it below the neck before. Um, grr. Hey, you're not supposed to be fucking. Hey, get that fucking all right. They're fucking. I don't know what to tell you, man. They're fornicating. Yep. I don't know how to mark it down though, so I just tell them that two of them were fucking. They played a thing before about which horse was which, but I don't know how to tell which one's which. Um, and I don't think this is all that transgressive, if I'm honest. So far, it's not been like I haven't been particularly shocked. Uh, right, like oh, now a hype train starts. Thank you very much for the hype train while we're playing this game of all the damn games. Uh, like these this is implied. I don't even know if it's avant-garde, right? Because it would be avant-garde like 50 years ago. Um, I do not like the getting items thing. That bugs me a lot. Um, I would say it's just kind of like a little bit higher brow. Uh, uh, like they're taking something like this is implicit in Stardew Valley, right? Like what you're seeing right here, that's implicit in Stardew Valley. That's implicit in Uma Musume. Like you guys know that that's happening in those games. You just don't get confronted with what you're looking at, right? You're looking at it, but you're not seeing it. This game's just a little bit more explicit about what you are already seeing and already know. Uh, thank you for the 100-bit Snow Overtime Studio. Maybe some of those horse girls have dicks. Hello, Cheshire Bones. Maybe they're having sex exactly like that. Oh, what? What, Shark Ray? Well, here's the thing. Like, you know that. You know that. That's like implicit in the game. It's a very obvious and straightforward implication of what is happening in those games. Like, you mentally know that. You logically and the rational part of your brain already knows that. Well, this is why I am the Professor VTuber, is that I state the incredibly obvious. I state the incredibly obvious and ask you to understand what you already know. Uh, good morning, Anselmo. You finished your morning chores already. Wonderful, magnificent, bravo. So tell me, did you happen to notice if any of the horses were fornicating? Chat, do I snitch? I think I shouldn't snitch. How much is he paying you? He is giving me room and board, which is quite a bit. I'm inclined not to snitch just to see what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna not snitch. I'm just curious. I'm really curious what happens. Tell me, is that the truth? You know that honesty and trust are very, very important for establishing a healthy relationship. I don't know their names. That's true. I see. And tell me who. Okay, I thought I was not snitching. And then it. I don't. This is the biggest thing I haven't liked so far is that it's hard to keep track of what are yeses and nos in this. I don't actually really remember. I think this one. Mark an X next to his name on the list. He can smell lies. Gramo. Oh, okay, okay, okay. These dinners suck. They're just like pure meats. Okay. Yeah, we have a vegetable garden and we don't have it. Yeah, it reminds me of the lighthouse a bit. Yeah, I can see that. Kango, the film that this has really reminded me of so far has been a non funny. Sorry to bother you. Hello, concerned weeby. There has been a lot of cock, in this. Looks like you've got mail. Come, why don't you read it after dinner? It's already been opened. Anselmo, your mother insisted I write you a letter. Today is your 20th birthday. You've reached the age where it's time to start taking responsibility for your own life. A summer job after you've wasted an entire semester can only be a good thing for you. I hope you're working hard over there. I hope that the farmer helps you understand the true meaning of hard work. I hope you finally start acting like a man. Focus. Listen to what he says, do your duty, and get your head out of the clouds. You've already caused us a great deal of disappointment. This is your opportunity to make it up to us. Don't let us down. All right, Nor, have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well, sleep well. Uh, Nor, I didn't know. I was Nor. I was like 100% confident you were not bi at all. So that's crazy. Have a good night, Noir. I love you, buddy. uh, dearest Anselmo, happy birthday. I can't believe my little boy is already 20 years old. I'm so sad we can't celebrate it together, but I promise I'll bake your favorite cake when you come home. Everything is okay at home, so don't worry. I'm just not used to you being away for so long. Don't work too hard, okay? Take some time to enjoy the outdoors. And be careful, farm work can be so dangerous. Your mom loves you to the moon and back. I miss you so much. Write back as soon as you can and let me know how you're doing. P.S. Your father got rid of your insect collection. I didn't manage to change your mind. I'm sorry, honey. Wow, Dad is an asshole. Everything okay? I used to have a little trouble with my parents too. My father, well, he never understood me. He was always very, very, how to put it, harsh with me ever since I was a kid. So we had this little dog. He started misbehaving as he got older. He would run around and, how should I put this? Rub himself on everything. Blankets, pillows, absolutely anything. Then one Sunday at our parish after Mass, he tried to, rub the priest's leg in front of everyone. I laughed because I thought it was funny at first. But then, that afternoon, my father castrated him. He made me hold the dog down while he cut it off. Poor little thing. He screamed like you wouldn't believe. No, come now. I don't need to bother you with stories like that. Everyone has a little trouble with their parents growing up, eh? Come, go get some rest. Day 4. Something broke. Oh, hello. Tame. 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 I'm just carrying a horse in my inventory. A horse that is a guy. I'm just carrying a whole guy in my inventory. Food bowl's not there. Woof woof. No daily tasks. Woof woof. Oh, okay, the horse is all... Hey, buddy. That's fun. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's just fucking. He's locked in. You're right. He's locked in. He can't stop, won't stop. All right, buddy. Know that he's here. I mean, yeah, I guess. This is Skyrim to me. So there's another horse somewhere around. So I got the horse that was using the toilet. Okay. Oh. Somebody went all the way out. It's like Arx Fatalis. These horses have big feet. Oh, okay. Job seems chill so far. The worst is the guy telling a somewhat disturbing story at dinner sometimes. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, horse lady. Uh, it's pretty crazy that we have a vegetable garden and we don't eat any vegetables. Freedom. Okay. Libertà. Did I collect the horses? No horse mysteriously using the bathroom. No breakfast. No food bowl. Meet me in the backyard. I don't like that. That's extremely ominous. Yeah, we're on day 5 out of 14. This isn't the first time this horse was able to open the fence. So I have to teach them by being a little mean. It's the only way these horses understand. Anselmo, do me a favor. Get me the cotton and hydrogen peroxide from the bathroom cabinet. Yeah, there's I don't like that word. Uh, even when I'm reading out somebody else. Uh, uh, peroxide, cotton. Yeah, to clean. To clean. It's as an aside, peroxide is not actually a very good clean. It's not very good for cleaning out wounds. You are better off just using a little bit of soap and warm water. Peroxide is actually crazy as a chemical. Yeah, peroxide will clean surfaces really well. But on on like skin wounds, it will kill the healing skin cells very rapidly too. So that's the reason why it's not very good for that. Is that peroxide is in fact extremely good. Uh, Peroxide's a cleaner. Peroxide kills basically everything on the planet. Uh, Peroxide is a very very crazy chemical. Hydrogen does not like having a single OO bond. It does not like this at all. The single OO bond is very miserable. Yeah. Hello, Matcha Mia. And yeah, I still recommend just using soap and water. Uh, I did what I had to do. Disinfect her back. She needs to be in fine shape again by tomorrow. Uh, oh, okay, that's how that works. Okay. Grazie. Please, please have a meal that has like. That was a disturbing sound. And hello, Nate. That sure is a sound. Yeah, looks like it. Matcha Mia, please don't be spreading people some dangerous. You know, I'm proud of my horses, but every now and then, some of them don't act like good horses should. And it's up to me, how should I say this? Get them back in line. Ed mio dovere, come dire, rimetterli in riga. In bacheca potresti aver notato un nome barato, el Coeur de Fierro. You might have already noticed the crossed out name on the board. That's Fierro. E un cavallo nero con una macchia bianca e dei segni sopra gli occhi. He's a black horse with a white blaze and some markings over his eyes. E rischiato a scappare tanto tempo fa, come non lo so, ma si aggira ancora nei paraggi. He managed to escape a long time ago. I don't know how, but he still lurks around nearby. He hides in the forest outside, and sometimes he even tries to sabotage our farm. No, that's not how good horses act. No, non è così che fanno I bravi cavalli, eh? Dimmi, l'hai mai visto, Anselmo? Tell me, have you ever seen him, Anselmo? I'm gonna lie to him. Look at Anselmo's fucking face. Look at this guy. So unhappy. That's a relief. Yeah, exactly, wooden deer. Exactly, wooden deer. That's exactly the face he's making. That's a relief. If you ever spot him, you have to let me know right away. Tell me, do you understand? Tell me you do. Wonderful, wonderful. You're such a good young man, Ansi. Day 6. We're at about the halfway point. Do we got... I always gotta check. Locked. We got breakfast today. Little bow tie cookies. I don't know. It is interesting that he said we had to feed the dog every day, and we're actually only feeding the dog every other day. Feed the dog, collect manure from the horse enclosure with a bucket, and dump it onto the mound. Wash the horses with the water pump. Clean them well. We have visitors coming. All right. Here's the dog. Let's figure out where the water pump is first. That's the sink. That's a hose. Okay. Let's get the shit bucket. Oh. I hate that a lot. I don't want to think. We too hard about that. I don't know where the manure pile is. I guess this is the manure pile. Not trusting any food or... Yeah, this is Babel's Marina. I mean, like I said, like you're talking to a guy who's like a long-standing vegan. Like, to me, I'm reading this very much as like, yeah, man, this is actually just how we treat animals, right? Like, this is just what life is like if you think about it for like more than 2 seconds. Right? I have a so far playing this has oh she just like doesn't move at all. Playing this has just made me think that my initial theory is accurate. Uh, I want that one. Come on, take her for a ride in the big yard. Yeah, this is weird, man. Okay, I can't mouse look. She just looks down at me, the stable boy. Sei nuovo. Non ti avevo mai visto. Are you new here? I've never seen you before. I know what you're thinking. The so coso pensi. Yeah, we rode a horse earlier in the game, and it was very strange. Uh, I know these aren't real horses. But, you know, the way they used to live, a lot of people find that unacceptable. Huh. Huh. That, okay. That changes how I've been thinking about this a little bit. Um, I don't care personally, but usually people exhibiting immoral behavior also have dangerous ideas. It's not a meta. Yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking this was just metaphorical, right? That this was just kind of like, to me, this was just bringing forward. Yeah, not on my theory about why the game is so it pisses off Steam so much. But it does change my theory for what the game is trying to do. Um, I am switching gears. Also, hello, Queen of Paper. Uh, this got weird. Doesn't feel like an appropriate thing to say. Yeah, exactly. Right. Um, like my dad always says, each of us is a cog in the machine. We all must do our duty so society can function properly. So dangerous ideas are a concern for everyone because if the machine jams, everything falls apart. And we can't allow that to happen. The farmer, he does what he does. And my father, well, my father makes sure that his business opportunities keep growing. It's simple. In this world, on this farm, Everyone who lives their life recklessly and indulgently ends up exactly where they deserve. Do you know what I mean? I don't. I am an idiot. That's a shame. Peccato. Thanks for the ride. I hope you get to live your entire life as a human being. Good luck. So I was thinking it was about Sorry to Bother You, but it turns out that it is actually about the lobster. Halfway point. Yeah. So that was actually a thought I had early on. Was that early on? There was a movie being shown with all of the other horses, and we had a chair selected out for us. So I kind of thought early on that this entire game was about like us getting turned into horses. That was an early thought I had. Uh, okay, so if we go back further, we can see it in the Italian, or just like don't look at it directly. Mi piace too. So the rest of these are written in one hand, and then there's like this very Comic Sans, and then there's a more childish hand. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. We're working on that. I have a theory, and so far my theory has not been contradicted. Feed the dog, chop wood. Today, Gramo has to start plowing the field. Take the plow and the whip from the tool shed and go to the field. The horse is already there. Equip him with the plow and tap him to start. Also, hello, Emperor's Armpits. It is always a pleasure to see you. Heart cookies this time. This is making me think a little bit more about what the dad said. In the letter, that the dad might be concerned about us getting turned into a fucking horse. Chop wood. Okay, so I can switch those. Chop wood. So where would the wood be? Presumably the axe is in the tool shed. Hammer, sickle, saw, riding crop, plow. Donde axe? Yeah, the letter of don't fuck it up takes on a very different meaning. The horse fucking animation's crazy. Chair is knocked over. Hello, Wooden Deer. Oh yeah, you've been around here, Wooden Deer. But 80s Adek Null is hello, Adek Null. Yeah, it was actually really particularly crazy earlier where we removed the female horse but not the male horse, and the male horse just is like locked in doing the same animation the entire time. Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? That like we are becoming part of this machine. this is the hammer that sticks up gets nailed down, as they say in Japan, right? Like we get to avoid becoming a horse by maltreating the horses, right? Like that's what we're doing, right? We're being frankly pretty monstrous. And I mean, so far I have been lying to him about who is doing what. But I think the game will just brick if I don't like do this. Oh yeah, I love I love a lot of the video choices in this. It is very it is very Pasolini, it's very Fellini. It's very Fellini. This like just like cutting to stock footage moments. Pats. Uh what's on the TV this time? Okay. Oh, the this is a cool animation. This is a very cool animation. I like this animation a lot. Uh, I like this animation a lot. Notably, the part where, yeah, it reminds me a lot of Fellini's movies. Yeah. Um, yeah, it feels very Italian. The clear cuts, yeah, the early Russian filmmaking, the very clear cuts is true. That's also very, you're right about that being like early Russian. The deliberate Kuleshov, right? The very like hard use of Kuleshov. Uh, yeah. Are we having like just like is this just like a meat stew or something else? Uh, and so today marks the end of your first week. Wow, you're already halfway done. Well, the thing is, like, I thought that was just like regular soup for a moment or stew, but like everything else we've had is so far has just been meat, right? We've just been eating meat and cookies. Our our stomach must hurt so bad. We should celebrate. Let's drink. Come on. Do I drink or not? I think I should drink. I think I should drink. I think I should see what happens. I'm mostly answering out of curiosity, right? Like, brindiamo. Here's to a new work week. Um, make him talk more at least. Good lord, this guy is distressing to talk to. May it be a little quieter than the last one. Slurp. Wonderful. Bravo. Another. It's very Italian to just be pouring right out of the swing top bottle into just like a tumbler glass and spilling it everywhere. E allora, si pensavo. Uh, I've been thinking lately. I'm getting old, and I'm starting to wonder what's going to happen to my farm when I'm gone. Yeah, the swing top bottles rule. I love those swing top bottles. Uh, I don't have anyone to leave my horses to. No one to take care of them. Come on, come on. Don't listen to an old man rambling. I think I'll stay here and have a couple more drinks. You go get some rest. Ah, jeezy Pete's. Locked. The outdoors is locked. Bathroom is not. Did he horse himself? I think he horsed himself. Caberhook, thank you for the follow. Bianca. Primo. Ah, Jeezy Pete's. And Bianco's dead. Bianca's dead. Wow, that is dark. Okay. Mama and Papa. Got turned into horses. He watched his parents having sex. They got beaten. Okay, hold on. We're going to ads, but I gotta think about this one. I gotta think about this one. So there's a crop switch, a horse, a chastity belt, collar, heart, head, muzzle, right hind paw. Spirit is in the crotch. I don't think all of the horses are people who wronged him. Oh, Butcher Chart. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I don't think all of the horses are people who wronged him. But I do, because like it's pretty clear from the way the woman talked earlier that dissidents get turned into horses. That was the implication I got from the young lady, was that dissidents get turned into horses. And it appears that, as so often happens with really authoritarian states, a dissident is not just a person who's actually a problem for society. A dissident is somebody who inconveniences a powerful person at a personal level. Remember, of course, that among the most famous kill sites of the Khmer Rouge was not for people who were opposed to the regime. They were for friends of the regime that were deemed to be threatening or problematic to other power players inside the regime. Gamma Churchill, the implication we got earlier is that the police are okay with this. That was the implication we got from the conversation with the lady, was that the police are cool with this. That this is part of the social order. That this is what the police... In fact, that this... I would even go so far as to say this is part of prison. This is prison. This is a prison system. However, this implies right here that somebody did object and he just turned them into horses. I want to close these doors. Well, his parents was a different one. His parents was a different letter, right? This is the parents' letter. Mama and Papa. Yeah. But look at the other. It does have the same hat as his Papa. You're right about that. Oh, you're right. Same hair as the mom. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I think Shark Ray. I think you're right, Shark Ray. Okay, we are going to. He turned the girl and the boy, and then his parents. I think that's accurate, Shark Ray. I think that is accurate. I think that is accurate. Okay, we are going to get hit by ads, and this feels like a good time to take a pause on that. So yeah. I will see you all in a few minutes. I am back. I am back. I am back. Right before the ad said, I saw both the doll and the cat was a shadow left by like a. Yep. 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 Admittedly, I thought that was drawn. Right. I didn't think that was a shadow. I thought that was a drawing. Oh yeah, that's a hook. That's a hook. That's the horse. That must be the horse mask that he's wearing right now. Right, because we can see him right here wearing the horse mask. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's the shadow from that horse mask. Um, yep. 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 Because he sees the descent in himself and his own deception, right? Okay. Okay. Is he doing this as like a form of penance? Um, or is he going to fornicate? Yeah, he is fast. That's horses for you, baby. Oh, he's got a chastity cage on. So I guess he's gonna rape this horse. Uh, yeah, I can see the religious critique in here as well. Yeah, I can see the religious critique in here. What a surprise! The Italians have thoughts on the Catholic Church. Yep. Looks like it's the dog. This is the farmer right here, but he still got the chastity belt on. Day 8. He's either cucking himself or we're supposed to be perceiving that he is like we're supposed to assume that the he's getting off at the dog on the horse by rubbing his. That's what it looked like to me visually, unless you're supposed to like interpolate that he actually is taking the chastity belt off and is just having sex with the girl horse. Um, in which case, like that feels kind of straight, kind of just like he feels like he he feels comfortable raping his own slaves, but only if he puts on a mask. Oh goodness, what a terrible headache. I must have drank too much last night. Can't even remember when I went to sleep. Come on, go do your chores and let me rest. Okay, no chores listed, so the dog is being fed. I've got no cookies. The dog is being already fed. Uh, so what do I even do? The axe is missing. That's cool. Yeah, it's fine to do it with the horses if he's a horse too. Yeah, it's no longer a it's no longer as much of an imposition of his power on a powerless person, which would be rape. He is lowering himself temporarily. Um, right. Oh, looks like she is not doing so great. Um, uh, Okay, nothing I can do. Yeah, yep, yep. Uh, what? Sick. As if we didn't have enough problems already. All right, I need to call the vet. What's happened to her? Poor creature. That man is up to no good again, isn't he? I need you to get something so we can move her to the tool shed, please. Evo, dump the body. Good. Help me put her on the table. I am already really uncomfortable with what's about to happen, I think. Uh, I think that saw has not been used. Thank you. Now, do you mind giving us a little privacy while I conduct her checkup? I can see you're worried about her, but don't be afraid, she's in good hand. Trust me, modern medicine can work wonders. Oh, and I brought something the farmer asked for. Would you kindly bring it to him for me? Thank you. Compressed genetic material for veterinary use only. Cryopreserved. I'm sorry, not compressed. Cryopreserved. Cryopreserved genetic material. You guys know what that is, right? Do I need to spell this out for you? Is there anybody in here who does not know what cryopreserved genetic material means? Yeah, Shark Ray saying it the polite way, Sybil saying it the correct way. Uh, Finally, come on, put it in the fridge. There's cheese and mushrooms, and this guy putting bananas in his fridge. Come on. Don't put bananas in the fridge. That's stupid. Onions in the fridge. Come on, man. Uh, yeah, a lot of stuff that you're not supposed to store at cold temperatures. Folks, don't store your onions, apples, bananas. I thought those were bell peppers, which are fine to store in the fridge. Oh, Jason, hold on a second here. Eggs. Fake European spotted. Fake European spotted, storing his eggs in the fridge. So this is actually like an interesting piece of lore, right, about the world, is that Americans store their eggs in the fridge and Europeans store their eggs at room temperature. Uh, and this is a difference in like food safety regulations between the two continents. In America, the reason why we do that is because we wash the eggs before we take them to the grocery store. Um, and this is because of concerns about food safety contaminants that would exist in the process from the farm and this in the like the farm and store level. And so they have to be washed before they go to the store to make sure that you're not sending foreign contaminants from the farm to the grocery store. However, um that washes off some of the surface protectants that washes off surface protectants that are naturally occurring on eggs, and so that allows bacteria to get inside the egg. So, you know, uh, Yeah, it's an odd food safety one. I think it's, I don't know. I don't eat eggs, so it's kind of not no horse race, no horse in that race. I really shouldn't say that in this context. Ugh, that feels gross now. I don't have, I don't feel like I'm entitled to a vote on that matter. Uh, but it is an interesting contrast between the continents, right? Uh, that this is all. There's also another interesting contrast where you're not supposed to wash American rice, and I always find that interesting. Um, how are things going with the doctor? I think it's just water, but it might be hot water. It might even be soap and water. I don't really know. Uh, I just know that it does mean that it's easier for bacteria to get inside the American eggs. How are things going with the doctor? Okay, so I guess I'm supposed to go to the doctor. It depends on what they're washing off, I guess. Uh, I like the occasional use of like really unnatural of like the of like they could have used like a real hand animation knocking on a real door. That would be very normal for them. Uh, but they are instead knocking. They're using like the in-game graphics, which are very uncanny. Yeah, the doctor was definitely raping her. Yep. Not even really trying to pretend he wasn't. Yep. I'm sorry, she's dead. Okay, we are. I would say that that puts us. That firmly puts us up to one SVU. That firmly puts us up to one SVU. So if there are really, that's a firm one SVU. Uh, yeah, it just makes him a necrophiliac. Uh, penis cookies. I say that we're up to one now, and it's worth pointing out that the SVU that I am using is not the subjective vileness unit is not linear. Additional instances of the same crime don't escalate it significantly. Have very little escalatory effect. Uh, it is a matter of what is the peak. What is the peak? I'm assuming not because the frozen genetic material is expensive as hell. I don't know if you know this, but horse scum is like some of the most expensive stuff on the planet on a per pound basis. Yeah. Well, horse quotation marks. That's about what I was expecting to see there. I'm assuming it's still milk because again, milk is cheap and horse jizz is not. I'm in the tool shed. Yeah, this is about what I was expecting. Uh, this is about what I was expecting. This was what I was expecting the game to have like from the jump, from the content warnings. This is what I was expecting. It was him. I know it was him. He probably fornicated her to death. That's why she died. They know fornicating is forbidden. They know good horses don't do that. But no, they do it anyway. They keep making fun of me. They like humiliating me, disobeying me. So the person who called out the cuckoldry thing angle was, I think, more accurate than I was giving them credit for. Well, I've had enough. This horse won't fornicate anyone again. Come on, hold his legs open. Do it. Now. Yes, he is castrating a dude. And we are seeing it from his perspective. Kind of glad I don't have the model up because you can't really see how the face I am making. You can see the scissors coming out from the side. I'm struggling to look. Uh, Wonderful, wonderful Ansi. Now how good are you with embroidery? Oh, ow. Oh. Good, good. I'll take him back to the enclosure. You wash the blood off the floor. Okay, that's an escalation. We are over one SVU for that one. Not a lot, but we are. Usually when I think of our crime TV shows, they will obliquely reference male castration, but they won't make you look at it too much. That was pretty tough. I will say the mismatch between the floor in game and the floor in the cutscene is bugging me. Right, like this looks like an unfinished dirt floor, and then this is like a corrugated steel floor. Yo, Linda. I enjoy the snippets of FMV and I actually really like them a lot. You different, you nice, I like you. I want give gifts to you. Feel good with mouth you want. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. What a face. What a face. And with the meat hook. in the back. Yeah, I'm glad to see our protagonist is doing as good as ever. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a well covered in blood. Um, it's a well covered in blood. Is like this face just covered in blood. Like, holy crap. Uh, I'm gonna say no because, like, to the extent that I'm able to. Dog sleeping but might wake up. Tomorrow behind graveyard, more privacy wait for you there. That's even more upsetting. What's he got for me? Finish your dinner. And yeah, Shark Ray, yeah, slavery kind of prevents any further forms of consent. So, Anselmo, tell me, is there a girl you like? I liked a girl once. She wasn't very, how should I put this, nice to me. But I loved her anyway. In the end, she chose the path of sin. Remember that, Ansi, people will always disappoint you. But you're a good young man. You'd never disappoint me. I'm sure of it. You've known me for a week, my dude. Let's take a look at the chore list first. Well, yep, Gramo had his hog cut off. Today's cookies are... What is that? Oh, it's a horse. Horse head. Okay. It's crazy they keep on making these, like, elaborate decorated cookies. No chores means that today's going to be a gross one. Oh dear, that little eunuch out there isn't working. Ohibo, quel castrato. Castrato is the term that we've used historically to refer to Italian choir boys who are castrated in order to make them into preserve their prepubescent singing voices. We say castrati in English for that. So castrato, yeah, they're just using it for eunuch. Go to the field and make sure he gets back to work. I will be honest, no overtime. This is also the kind of game I would probably never have played if I didn't put it on stream. Yeah, we use castrati in English because we're trying to distinguish them from uh Unix in a more general sense, and particularly from Unix as practice in other cultures, trying to be very culturally specific about it. Yeah, like Unix we most associate with the Chinese Unix core, which is an important feature of imperial Chinese bureaucracy. Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't use the term steer, though, if I'm honest. Um, I think that they want us to keep in track that these are humans. What the dog doing? Okay. I have a suspicion this isn't going to work. Yeah, I forget what the term for castrated horse is. I said steer before, but I don't actually. I am such a softy, Goroth. Uh, there's a dog trust meter. Goroth, to give a sense of how much of a softy I am, how terminally soft-hearted I am in gaming, I tried to do a no-kill run of Carrion. It looks like the dog of choice is the dog of no choice after all. The illusion of choice. Many carrot. Uh, I love the lack of animation. I love the carrots just falling down there. It seems we are escalating, and the dog is really mad at me. Genuinely curious if I can get a game over here, right? Or if they don't give me any options. Okay, they did not giving me options. I just get a club. The dog is trying to impart me that I should have just used violence at first. I don't know, Garth. I genuinely don't know. I haven't had to restart. I haven't died at all. I've gotten no game over so far. Uh, that There have been no save so far. Oh, there's a save system. Okay. Seemed like it was a pretty linear experience so far. Yeah, I think we auto save at the start of every day. That sounds about right. Um, Asmara. That one wasn't there before. Locked. Okay. That's distressing. Uh, that's not even the vegetable garden. That's a farm. That's like actual farmland. They're growing hay there. This is hay. These are eventually hay fields. I mean, you don't plow unless it's dirt, right? You don't plow unless it's dirt. Oh, you're right. You're right, Shark Ray. You're right. No overtime. You're right. You're right. Yeah, that. You don't you only plow when there's no crops there, right? Like you don't because plowing destroys everything in the first like couple of inches. It does look really dry. You are correct about that. It does look really dry. Tuscany, baby. Uh, but I'm with you. It does look dry as hell. Come, come. Now we can start our real work. I'll be away for an hour or two. I left your chores on the task board. Feed dog behind cemetery. Chop wood. Water plants. Feed horses. Yep. See, her handwriting's different from his. Lol. I'm so stupid. I don't even feed the dog. Right. This is so funny. Like I'm going to go. This guy. This Anselm's such an idiot. He looks at this and he goes, "Oh, I don't need to feed the dog." And so now the dog is going to get unfed and he's going to snitch on us. That's just how we're going to get caught and killed. Uh, yeah, well, there's different crop rotations. There's different crop rotations, and it depends a lot on a lot of factors. Uh, they're currently not growing anything there. Uh, Different methods, different crops. There's a lot of There's a lot of farming where you would plow multiple times for the same year. Uh, because you're trying to like you're trying to break up the roots from the previous year and stuff like that. Uh, I wish I was good at gardening. I'm not. It's a skill that I feel like I should have, and I'm not competent at it, which makes me kind of sad. Yeah, visually this game's I like the visual choices this game makes a lot. I don't like that I'm pressing E to interact when it's left click. Oh, those are all three different animations. I'm trying to feed the dog. Let me feed dog. Cover up my tracks a little bit. Okay, so it looks like I don't have a choice to avoid getting a blowjob from the whites. I used to grow mints, and sage in my apartment, but like it's something I should probably work on as a skill. I don't currently have anything. Uh, oh, you came. You nice. Bravo. They're using bravo for nice. That's interesting. I don't speak enough Italian to know if they consider that reasonable. Because again, like bravo to me reads as brave, uh, which is a different, pretty different. Uh, you help us. I show you my friend. We've seen him before. He hangs around. It's very funny that he was just hanging around here. Linda says you can help us. I want free the others. We have plan, but we need your help. We must be free. You will help us? Let's go for it. Uh, you do two things. Find something sharp. Follow the wall. Make hole in metal fence. Put this in dog food, sleeping pill. It'll work. Come back when job is done. Okay. It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. Him just jumping up from the bottom of the screen is pretty goofy. Uh, and put that in there. Let's do it. The sleepy time. The sleepy time. So what's something sharp? A hoe would work. Uh, I've been saying Tuscany, but I don't actually know that. Other people said Tuscany. I don't think it. I don't know enough about the studio is in Milan. Um, the studio is in Milan. I don't actually remember if that's enough of a different region. Uh, right. Uh, Tuscany is to the south of Milan, right? Is Milan in a different region than Tuscany? I I'm going off of like my memories of like high school of I've never been to Italy. I have never been to Italy. You should not count on my knowledge of Italian geography. Particularly not this level of fine-tunedness. Metal fence. So I give him hello, bad luck, Luke. The game, yeah, the game is very sparse. They're being very austere with us. You do two things: find something sharp, follow the wall, make hole in metal fence. Okay, I already put the sleeping pills in there, so do I go over here? I said follow wall. This is the only other place to follow the wall. Ah, here's the metal fence. There's the metal fence. How you doing, Bad Luck Luke? Wait, hold on. It's very important to put your tools back. Um, I have a theory, and it has so far not been contradicted. So I will talk about that later. This is pretty graphically violent, but I feel like it's like well within lines of what would belong in an 18 plus game, and it has reasonable. The content warnings are reasonable, right? That's like my big thing. Grazie. Uh, Now we wait for sleeping pill. Tonight we escape. The castration was rough. The castration was rough. The castration has not actually was not brought up by Steam. Uh, so I not forget you. I knew you different. Uh, this is definitely not 1861. Obviously, this is like 1970s. Again, I feel like this is like very Fellini. Arrivederci. Uh, I am pretty sure that there is more than one game that just has you rape people as an actual game mechanic. Uh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about Italian. Italian's pretty abstract to me. I mean, I played mouthwash. Did I not play mouthwashing on Steam? I thought I played mouthwashing on Steam. Yeah. The stupidest one that I've ever seen get like banned, uh, was Balatro. Balatro got banned for encouraging gambling in a couple of places, and it's extremely infuriating to me because really banning the appearance of something uh, rather than the content of it, right? Uh, yeah, you aren't even playing it normally. You aren't even playing it with money, whereas there are games that you are actually doing gambling with real money that are apparently not gambling. Infuriating. Infuriating. Uh, yeah, but this was not through the payment companies this time. I have a theory. I have a theory here. That's true. You're not even gambling with fake money. You're just trying to see how cool of hands you can make. Oh, okay. It didn't work. It didn't work. I have been drinking a lot of water, so I need to use the bathroom like again, even off the timer. Do you want me to run the ads 12 minutes early and just come back, or do you want me to just try to? I'll just run the ads and I'll just be back. I'll just run the ads and I'll be back. Apologies for running the ads early. This will cause the bot to lie. Oh, right. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I am hopeful that we have less than an hour left, but it looks like he failed. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Uh, nails to the wrists. We failed. Forgive me. There's the dog, who is probably dead. Um, yep, yep. The ad bot is lying, by the way. They tried to take all my horses, Fiero and this filthy slut. They killed Fido. They poisoned him. They did. There's there's no more room in the graveyard to bury him. Anselmo, hand me the saw. You can expand the graveyard, buddy. Step outside for a moment. Yeah, I definitely expect that from the sleeping pills. Throw these sacks in the dumpster by the car. So this is interesting. I'm just gonna take a note here to point out that this is interesting, right? So Fido is the loyal dog, right? Fido is it did not. It failed, Babosa. It failed. Uh Fido is a loyal dog, and he dies in the line of duty, and his reward at the end of his reward for being loyal to a system of slavery and violence is that he gets carved up and put into sacks and thrown in a dumpster. I was not expecting the entomophobia right there. I was not expecting the this just fly. But yeah, here's Fiero. Here's Fiero. He has been crucified for the escape attempt. Um, seeing those two people just seeing those two people right there, put in the back of the truck that we just saw for like 1 second. Jesus. Okay. Just a horse behind a fence. I mean, I don't. Hexingale. The truth of the matter is that um, they have put out. Steam has put out an official logic for why they have done it. It is just not a credible. It's just not a very sensible reason. So it is much more likely there's some other reason, and I have a theory that unless we find out some more information from Steam's internal workings, which we are unlikely to because Steam is very black boxy, will just remain a hypothesis. However, I haven't seen good reason to disbelieve what I would consider functionally a null hypothesis. Uh, I just can't figure out how they managed to make a hole in the fence and poison Fido. It's very, very strange, eh? The fact that Fiero didn't give us up is remarkable. Hi, Keith. Hi, Keith. Okay, I'm just gonna say what I think the hypothesis is. What my hypothesis is. I am proposing basically a kind of null hypothesis, right? Because Steam could have said excessive gore, right? It could have said excessive gore for the castration scene. They could have done that. They could have said that, and they didn't. My hypothesis is that Steam again is a small company with a very, very opaque system of moderation and how they decide what games are and are not okay, right? It's a very small company that has a very opaque system for this. I think it's a personal vendetta. That's my hypothesis. That somebody who works at Valve just specifically personally hates one of the devs. Oh, that's always a bad sign. Uh, yeah, I again, I don't think it's the content of the game. I think it's not that. I think it's because of things that are not inside the game. So far. So far. But I don't know. We've got 3 days left. Oh, that's a bad sign. How the Song and the Yen built their cities? With rammed earth. Oh, that's a bad sign. We got cookies with crosses on them. I don't think so, because then, like, EU is not going to be allowed. Good morning, Ansi. Uh, where's Linda? There's a priest with some wine. Uh, this is Father Antonio. He's been a friend of mine for a long, long time. A pleasure to meet you, my son. I've heard such good things about you. He's a very obedient and helpful young man, Father. I see. Tell me, my son, do you believe in God? There's no God around here. Oh, what a shame. What a shame indeed. You would have been a perfect servant of the Lord. I'm here because our good farmer told me about some animals with very rebellious, wicked souls. Very rebellious. Very, very rebellious. They require my blessing and a re-education to bring them back onto the path of light. Yeah, even though we just got here, that's like when somebody tells you that that they don't know you, like that's they are lying to you, right? Uh, such wicked souls are harbingers of doubt, but what we need is certainty. Certainty. An uncertain mind, a mind that questions, allows the devil to creep into your thoughts. Be wary of doubt, trust only faith. Oof. Uh, amen. Anyway, we'll be taking that white mare. What's her name? I didn't hear about this getting a payment problem, right? Because I bought this on a credit card. Uh, uh, like the payment processors didn't look at this one askance at all. Like itch.io was like itch.io saw no problem with this game. Snowflake. I named her Snowflake. Again, Sharkray, that's also part of the reason why I think that personal grudge angle is the least complicated one. Perfect. We'll be bringing Snowflake to do penance. But good morning. Oh, okay. Uh, take this case of wine and accompany us. So her name is Linda, and we're just calling her Snowflake. Collect. Follow us. Seguici. Oh god, this is the cabin that we're not supposed to have permission to go to. I've just vinted a special new red, by the way. I'll have some shipped. You're too kind, Father. I can't wait to taste it. Soon, my son. Very soon. They want bring me that room again. My mind resisting is so hard. Please not abandon me. All right, you can leave the crate to me. Return to your duties. Day 13. Oh, he's drunk again, and he is dressing himself as a horse again. Well, I shouldn't be able to do that. Wow, that one's still locked. Jesus. Linda being burnt. Oh yeah, the Christ allegory for Fierro. really being driven home. Anselmo? It was the dog in the casket, yeah. It was the dog in the casket. Good morning, Anselmo. Wake up, I need your help. The dog in the casket when we already had like carved him up and put him into the garbage. See, now we've got some ambient music. Oh, this scene's going to be unpleasant. You've always proven yourself to be a hard worker, always so dependable. And now you can help me with something very, very important. The other day, I found this pair of blasphemous little shits desecrating my woods with their impure acts. Bad. Bad horses. And since we've had 2 horses dead in the past week, I thought we'd replace them with new ones. These 2 have already been tamed, but to make them into good horses, there are still a few things we need to do. I want to show you how to make them good horses. Take the things you find in the closet and put them on. Then put the metal collars on the workbench onto the horses. Good. Now open that medical box on the workbench. Take out a red vial, a white vial, and a yellow vial. Pour all of them into the shaker there. Come, we're almost done. Do you see those 2 big syringes? Fill them up with serum and bring them here. Horse blood, horse sperm, horse urine, I think this just kills you. If you inject this into your bloodstream. Good, good. And now let's give them their little shot. Do you really want to play this game, eh? Just do it. I'm not great with needles. I'm not the worst with needles, but I'm still not great with them. Why'd you go so deep, man? That's going through the bone. Bravo. Wonderful, wonderful. And now we have 2 good horses. Come on, let's try them out. You win. This music. Jesus Christ. Okay, whoops, wrong side. Whoop, Oh, gotta go around the other side, I guess. Yep, okay. Okay, you just literally do not let you go through unless you go through the carrot side. This is awful. Yeah. Jesus. Alright. Oh. Good, good. Now let's finish the job. What do we have left to do, these poor fuckers? Oh. Oh. I don't like that. Take this iron bar and heat it over the brazier. Then go ahead and brand him. I agree, Anselm. You're good today. Very, very good. You've really earned my trust, Anzi. In the future, if you ever want a good horse, the cabin will always be at your disposal. But remember, you'll have to catch a wild horse first. That's a disturbing way to put it. Come on, take these horses to their new home. I'm going to make us breakfast. And yeah, Barbosa Marina, that is absolutely what I've been thinking about this entire time. These are just, like I said, like they talked to, like she made it seem like they were just like dissidents, which is still like extremely horrifying. And it's just like, these are just like, this was like trespassing, right? Is like their crime. Trespassing on private property gets you enslaved for a lifetime. Yep. What have you got for me, Fiero? How are you still alive? Save her, please. Beneath the cabin. Brainwash, go tonight or else too late. Find, rifle, sleep, stop all this. The Knights. What the hell? That's a pretty modern box cutter, right? Thank you, my savior. Now we escape. Take the dart gun. Okay. Oh, that's trippy. A bunch of horses clapping. Oh, geez. Okay. It's from the start. Okay, was that a dream? Yeah, we're in the movie where everything burns. I mean, the big thing about that Vovrin is that box cutter required... That box cutter is clearly made out of plastic. This makes more sense. Day 14. Movie cameras. Good morning, Ansi. I can't believe it's already your last day here. But I've been thinking for a while, and I have a proposal for you. Let's talk about it over lunch, yeah? Come on, come on. It's time to work. Go feed the horses. Okay, no task list. Um, Nice little bit of translation there where open and close are not translated differently. Some wine to celebrate your last day? Heh, all right, but just a little bit. Glug, glug, glug. More wine? I don't want to overdo it. What the heck? It's your last day. Never turn down a reason to celebrate. In a little house down there in the black wood, a farmer named Piero stood. Because the font's totally different in the Italian. And like in a fable, his mare slept in the stable while he was most happy drinking all his tea. I'm assuming it's supposed to be a song. I'm not going to bother singing. Uh, but a horse called Fiero, he climbed the wall from zero, managing to steal away his mare, oh dear. But a hound of tail with in his brain a nail, he swiftly brought back to Piero his mare, oh dear. Now, like in a fable, his mare sleeps in the stable, and the farmer Piero happily drinks his tea. I think I drank a little too much. I'm gonna go lie down on the bed. So we got the guy out, the cowboy on the horse, just playing a song, and now it's all snowed out. Oh, yep, there he goes again. He has dehumanized himself and faced a horse. Well, yep, died as he lived. I'm dying. Yeah, I'm shocked you're not dead, to be honest. Where is Linda? Ah, this problem. No time. You must save her. Code may be in his room. Uh, yeah, yeah. Shocked that he held out this long. Shocked that he has held out this long. That's a ridiculous amount of time to stay alive under these circumstances. Oh, that's a good cut right there. That's a good cut. Uh, there are only a few simple rules in this house. 1, obey your father. 2, respect the law of God. That that's a ton of rules. Respecting the law of God is a ton of rules. This is cheating. This is cheating. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Eating eating parts of the book the book of the God. 3, do not commit impure acts. 4, speak only when spoken to. Oh, hey, that's a shitty thing for me to run into. There are only a few simple rules in this house. Oh, dang it. Now I have to watch this all again. Um, suddenly there's a VHS player in the mix. Yeah, I've been thinking this is like 90s, 80s, 90s. Like pretty much the whole time. Maybe as late as like 2000 or so. It was like the early 2000s. Because there's a landline phone. That's honestly like the thing about technology, right? Is like you can like the technology always establishes like a minimum year. It doesn't establish a maximum year. You can just like use a lot of old tech basically forever. Uh, but you can't use tech before it was invented, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, he's still here, as I promised. Weird that I can't talk to him. Uh, is if the passcode is literally 1234, which it might be. It might literally be 1234. Which would be very on brand, right? That would be very, very on brand for this passcode to be 1234. Okay. Genuinely no idea. Uh yes, that's on. Okay, let's think about this. So that's going to be two, 6, 2689. Oh, okay, Nibos. That's a good question. That's a good way of looking at it. Also, hello, Nibos. Obey. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So, the whip is so it's going to be uh eight. The word is 8, 6. Um, 8692. 8692. I'm gonna take a screenshot while I'm here. Uh, so I have something to refer to. I think 8692 is my first guess. Because it was impure acts before don't speak, right? Thank you for saving me that time. 8692. Yep, there we go. You're right, Nibos. That was very clever. That was very clever. That would not have occurred to me. That would not have occurred to me. It would have taken me forever. I am your master. You are my horse. Good horses obey. Filth will be purged. Horses don't talk. Good horses are safe. Follow the rules. Respect your master. Respect God. I am your master. You are my horse. Um, hmm. Locked. Take the rifle. Interesting. Key. Really bad lever key. Oh my goodness. This is an absurd. Nate, I hope you're looking at this. Look at the size of this projector. Okay, genuinely, what am I supposed to, what am I doing here? Give something to interact with here, buddy. It's ludicrous. Can I unplug something? You know, if you just, I wouldn't want to do it with my bare hands, but you can just put almost anything in there and it will just wreck the whole thing. Oh, there we go. Scissors. There we go. Cuts. And this whole thing will fall apart. Yep, they want us to think about the castration from earlier. They want to invoke the castration. This guy's gonna freaking jump scare me. Horses don't talk. What have you done? I thought I could trust you. This is my farm. I won't let you destroy it. Yeah, I'm about to get horsed. What a disappointment, Ansi. I trusted you. I thought you understood me. I thought we were similar. I thought you would be my worthy successor. I had such big plans for you. I was going to propose that you take over the farm when I'm gone. Tell me, do you know how it feels to be betrayed like this? No, you don't. But those who have betrayed me in the past have always paid the price. Tell me, do you know who was always faithful to me? My little dog, Fido, who you chopped up and threw in the dumpster. I suspected this. Yeah, Linda's going to wake up and going to bean him over the head. Maybe you should learn to be as loyal as he was, eh? She grabbed the rifle. Maybe you should be more, how to say, like him. Don't be scared, Ansi. It'll only take a second. Mm. Prepare syringe. Yeah, I was wondering about that too, Vober, and I was like frantically looking for ammo. Do to him what he did to us. Can I refuse? Can I just kill him? Like, it would be more kind to kill him, right? More moral. What? Please, Ansi, have mercy. I'll do whatever you want. I'll give you my farm, and you can use it however you like. Yeah, I don't want to horse him. You're such a good boy. Don't sully your hands like this. Don't make me into one of them. Don't give me that shot. Please, Ansi, I beg you, can't you forgive me? Tell me. Oh, give it here. Let's do it together. I'm going to see what happens if I just don't touch. I'm just going to leave my hand off the mouse for a few moments. Because the only thing that's available is inject, right? I'm curious if the game will accept that, right? But yeah, I don't want to horse him. I don't want to horse this guy. I don't want to horse this guy at all. Oh, okay. But looks like that's how the game proceeds. Oh, and she makes a jerk-off motion. I feel Epilogo. Oh, I'm carrying him. Okay, I thought it was a cutscene. So I'm taking Fiero to the funeral pyre. Notice the Pieta pose that he's currently in. Aziza! Aziza! Hold up. Aziza, you have come in on absolutely one of the most insane things you could have come in on. Hello, the laughing man. So does your chat. Okay. Okay. Let's give the shout out to Ozzy. Thank you very much for the follow. Hello, Oathbreaker Rhino. Of course you're doing Marvel Rivals. We need to play Rivals together again sometime. We haven't done that in a minute. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. Most of what I do is calligraphy. I am primarily a calligrapher. I also paint miniatures. I play some action games with my friends. I do a lot of hangout streams. And today what has happened is I do not know if people have heard about this. This game is called Horses. Okay, we got another people coming in, so I get to explain it to them as well. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Crookie. Is this a coordinated raid? Crooked Finger. Where is this collaborated? Okay. Is there another person? Before to save me some time here? Just to save me a little bit of repeating myself. Just us? Okay, thank you, Ozzy. All right, Encanto. Oh, let me make sure I get that right. Incantatrix and Crooked Finger, hello, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber. I am Aziza's brother. And I mostly do calligraphy. I talk about sociology and history. I paint miniatures. I play some action games with my friends, the occasional Marvel Rivals, the occasional Helldivers, quite a bit of Rabbit and Steel lately. Today, however, what happened, thank you for the follow, Incantatrix. What has happened today is that this game is called Horses. This game is turbo banned on Steam, turbo banned on Epic, not banned on itch, not banned on Twitch. So I was curious about what the hell the deal is with that. I was curious about what the hell the deal is with why this game would be so incredibly turbo banned on the two biggest game distribution platforms, but I had no problem paying for it over itch.io, and itch.io has reviewed it. Well, Ozzy, Steam gave a reason out, but the reason that Steam gave, there's not just a guy named Steve responsible for this. There's the reason that Steam refused to give a reason for a long time. I believe it's on GOG. Yes, I do. I think it's on GOG. It is on itch. It is on itch. That's where I picked it up from. And itch has manually reviewed it and said it was fine. Steam refused to give a reason why it was banned, and they eventually did give a reason, and the reason for it was there's a lot of sex in this game. There are more graphic sexual games on Steam. This game does have one scene in it that was pretty uniquely upsetting, that I have not seen another game do. But this game is harsh, folks. This game is harsh. Yeah, Aziza, Sex with Hitler is an entire series on Steam, and I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be. I'm pretty sure that's about Hitler having sex with teenagers. So, like, I don't take that very seriously as a reason. I am not inclined to take that seriously. And it is about slavery, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, if this is a game that you want to experience, then you should probably leave. You have to click through the warnings and acknowledge them, and the warning screen itself has a quit to desktop button on it the entire way through. This game is harsh. I'm not gonna lie. This game is a rough one. I came in before I played. I said that I was using a bit of a rubric, a bit of a grading rubric of subjective vileness units, right? Subjective vileness units. And that is to say, I am counting one subjective vileness unit as the upper limit of what you can show on a normal TV show, on a non-HBO TV show, right? The upper limit of what you'll see on, like, the kinds of TV shows your parents watch at 8 o'clock at night. I was thinking about Criminal Minds, because I've seen a fair amount of Criminal Minds, right? Criminal Minds regularly portrays murder, very graphic violence, and sexual assault, right? That's just on screen fairly frequently, right? Like, yeah. But Incantatrix, like that's not insane of me to say that those are things that just are on the show. Yeah. So that's my 1. That is a 1 on my scale. And I was saying that if this is like a 5 on that scale, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, this game is bonkers. Like, if this was like a 5, I would have been like, okay, this is like really, really pretty nuts. And I can see why this would like offend Steam sensibilities. We are almost certainly in the last like 10 minutes, and I would say we're coming in at like a 1.2 to a 1.5. Uh, maybe a 2. Maybe. Uh, yeah. Uh, no, it's this is what I would describe this as is this is Italian mouthwashing. If you played mouthwashing, which you should, mouthwashing is really good. This is Italian mouthwashing. I think that this is up there. I think the harshest part of this is just slightly more than what I thought was the harshest level, the harshest thing that happened in Game of Thrones. Uh, Cover your ears if you don't want to hear something really nasty. That you do not actually see the genitals, but you do participate in a castration. You don't actually see the parts get cut off, but you do see the scissor come in from off screen, which is about the harshest thing that they do in Game of Thrones, if you ask me. So it's about up there with Game of Thrones. So this is harsher than what you would see on like a Criminal Minds or a Law and Order, but this is, I would say, still below Solo or Come and See. I think this was still significantly less shocking than Come and See. So that's kind of where I've landed on this. And Come and See is just on YouTube. I think it would be air on TV, but not on regular channels. I think you could put this on HBO. I think this could be on HBO, but I don't think it could be on like WB. Yeah, I think this is like within this would be harsh on HBO, but like actually I think this there might even be scenes in Mad Men that I think are harsher. Now that I'm thinking about it. I think Mad Men might actually include harsher scenes than this. Which is I don't think so because Aziza, I paid for this with Visa. Like Visa didn't block me from buying this. Like this was not on Visa's side. My hypothesis is you can buy it on itch. You can buy it on itch and GOG. The only people who are having trouble with it are Steam and Epic. And my main hypothesis is I think one of the game devs just personally antagonized somebody at Steam. Yeah, but they didn't pressure itch, and they have pressured itch in the past. This feels like a personal vendetta to me. This feels personal. That's my going hypothesis, and I haven't seen good evidence against it. It is kind of a null hypothesis, right? It's kind of a like really hard to disprove hypothesis. But I've also worked in like complex corporate bureaucracies. Okay, so in Contatrix, this is my thing: is it was banned on Steam first, so I think somebody at Steam might have a personal vendetta, and then Epic was given a choice when Steam did that. Epic had a choice. One was don't ban horses and then rub it in everybody's face that Epic is the more free platform and that Steam are a bunch of idiots and hypocrites, or Epic could have viewed this as an opportunity to punish a game dev for whining on social media, because the game devs did go to social media to be like, hey, we've been in limbo for like over a year. Steam has been refusing to tell us what is wrong with our game. We don't think this is actually that extreme of a game. We shouldn't be banned from Steam. And I think that Epic wanted to be like, we are going to punish people who participate in these kind of public pressure campaigns. That's my read. That is my read. This is really speculative. That is highly, highly, highly speculative. All of this is highly speculative. I don't think, unless we get some smoking gun evidence from inside either of those companies, that we're going to have a clear answer. I don't think we're going to have a clear answer until we actually get some unless we actually get some like insider corporate stuff about it. But from what is actually inside the game, there's more extreme games on Steam. Like there just are. There just are. Again, I actually had less trouble with this than mouthwashing. I think mouthwashing was harsher. This is certainly more European. This is certainly more European. Yeah. No, no, no. There's a lot of sex. There's a lot of sexual violence. It's all like this level of pixelation and fidelity. There's a fair number of times where they will cut to using a live action FMV, but that live action FMV is for stuff like cutting a log or pouring water or like those are the big ones. Putting a VHS into a VHS player. It's never been any of the sexual stuff has been live action. It's all been like this kind of stuff. It's artistically speaking, I actually quite like it. It is very like Fellini, uh, with a kid being in the game. Uh, as far as I know, the main character is the youngest person in the game, and he is 20. I there might be some route that I didn't take where there's actual children involved, but on the route that I have been on, uh, Anselm has been the youngest person at 20. Uh, I mean, some of these horses could be younger, but there's no obvious implication as to why they would be. Uh, yeah, they call him kid, but he is 20. Like, it's his 20th birthday. That's kind of important. And he looks like a young man. Like, he doesn't like. I mean, I call anybody who doesn't have a beard a baby, but like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, there's no reason to assume that. That's again, there could be on another route. I don't. There's not a lot of choices about routes, so I don't know how that would come up. Uh, Seeing with the lady was originally a kid but later changed. That could be. That could be. That could be. She's not portrayed in a sexual light. She's just menacing. Yeah, I don't even know that there are routes. There might not be anything. Most of the time when I tried to refuse to do something, it just railroaded me into going forward. Uh, but yeah, yeah, no, this has been in. It's really funny because otherwise I probably wouldn't have thought about playing it. Right? This is one of those things that's kind of funny. Is like if I didn't know about like it being banned on Steam and about the public campaign around that, I would not have thought about this game. Right? Like I that's how I heard about it. And otherwise, like it's been undersold to me, if anything. Like I said, it's Italian mouthwashing. Like is the best way I can put it. And I can imagine that if you were Italian, this hits harder than mouthwashing. As an American, mouthwashing hit harder. Uh like and that might just be about cultural locality and about like the symbols that I am familiar with. Mouthwashing hit me hard as hell. It might also be that mouthwashing I was expecting less, whereas this one I was like really looking out. I was like really on the lookout for like something to be really taboo and boundary pushing, and so far it's just been like artistically interesting. Uh, it is about slavery. It is about abuse. It is about sexual violence and the sexual violence that is intrinsic to systems of slavery. Um, it's a bleak ass work. Yeah, yeah, this is a 70s art film. Exactly, Ozzy. You understand. You get it. Yeah, this is a 70s fucking art film. This is a 70s art film. Like, uh, it is it is interesting to take a 70s art film and make it a visual novel. Right? Like that is what they have done. This is a 70s art film that has been turned into a visual novel with some like house flipper-esque mechanics. Uh yeah, Ozzy's smart, man. And we are about to go to ads. I've already snoozed them once. I am not moving at all. Because we are in the epilogue. So I want to give anybody who wants some other way of experiencing this the chance to not see what the epilogue is, because that's kind of an insane place to start. Because we just got a double raid going into that. So again, like to me, this has been Holy Mountain. This has been Sorry to Bother You tier. Like Sorry to Bother You is like the most obvious thing that this has reminded me of. Uh, I think if I was less looking for it as a like game about like being super extreme, uh, I would have thought about it less. I might have it might have impacted me differently instead of me being just like turbo aware. Uh, but I'm going to kick us to ads and put us on the BRB screen. If you so enjoy the fan art while I use the bathroom, get some water. Everybody get up and stretch, and so you don't give yourself any thrombosis or costochondritis. And we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I am back. I am back. Let's finish this game off so I can put my model back on, because there's a genuine criticism I have of this game, is that this game is so poorly optimized that as soon as I launched it, it's sounded like my computer was going to light instantly on fire. There was going to be a scene with a child riding on someone's shoulder. They changed it to an adult. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. As it currently stands, it's definitely an adult. Uh, definitely all adults. I am reasonably sure that for funerary pyres, this is not like a good technique. I have watched an open air cremation, and I don't think they used lighter fluid. It certainly didn't smell like they used lighter fluid, and yeah. Yeah, I've been around the block. Yeah, I've seen that's traditional for Hindu funerals. Okay, what the hell is this horse mask made out of? Come with us. Let's leave this place. I'm an old guy. I've been around for a minute. I've done a fair number of things in my life. I have not witnessed. I don't. Yeah, I have not witnessed a sky burial. I have not witnessed a sky burial. But I have witnessed cremations. Put the mask on? Are you kidding me? You are one of us now. What? Can I walk? Yeah, I can. Freedom for horses, but not for humans. No, I was like put on the mask. Scaldy, that's insane. That's insane. As they say, buy bolt cutters. Okay. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. Oh, they've got chapter select. Okay. I'm gonna put this away. And then let's put the model back on because I feel weird and naked. Using my Fugi. This Fugi is by Bodega Rat, whomst I adore. But it is not my model. So let's VTube Studio. Are you launched yet? All right. VTube Studio is launched. Let's just make sure everything's working. There we go. And let's go over here. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, that's weird. Hold on a second here. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Should just take me a second. Thank you. Okay. That was a game. It is now. That did increase the number of games I finished in 2025 by like a pretty significant margin. I think it's pretty much just like been like this and Deltarune, right? It's pretty much just been this and Deltarune. So yes, it's Inkwell. This is Inkwell. My little guy Inkwell. There we go. Yeah, we're probably wrapping up. Because I already had a pretty productive stream, I would say. I already had a pretty productive stream. So I feel pretty 6 hours is not a super long stream for me, and I know that anybody who came in from Aussie probably feels like that's very short. But I want to not wear myself out too much. I may as well go back here and turn on the schedule. As you can see, I don't have anything scheduled for the remainder of the week. Sunday, which is not on the schedule because I do schedules Sunday to Saturday. Sunday, I am going to be on Horatius's channel celebrating his 5-year anniversary. I believe if I did everything correctly, I am wedged in between Nanomancer and Woody Devs. Hello Archibald. I was wedged in between Archibald, not Archibald. I think I'm after Woody and before Nano, something like that. In the afternoon, not in my usual stream time at all. I'll be on Horas in the afternoon. And then next week, my next actual schedule will be Monday, 10 p.m. I will very likely do a calligraphy stream. Non-zero chance I'll paint miniatures. Those are the options. The options are that I am going to paint minis or I am going to do calligraphy. That's what I've got planned. That is my thought process. And none of my normal raid targets are online right now, so I'm kind of looking at raid targets and going, How well do I know these people? How well do I know these people? I might take a weird choice and throw you guys at Sui. But yes. So I don't I might do a Saturday gorilla stream. I might do a Saturday gorilla stream. Um, that's about what I've got. Uh, yeah, it's almost 4:30 a.m. for me. I'm a Brooklyner, so I've got I'm on I'm on good old East Coast time. I'm on good old East Coast time. Um, there's a part of me that wants to just like play Rivals or something right now, but I think I should actually just like calm down and go to bed. Yeah, I love this city. I love this city. Um, I do not know Eros at all. Uh, I've never heard of Eros. Let me take a quick look. Um, Anybody being compared to Shindigs is extraordinarily high praise. I hope you understand that you've put a lot of pressure on this person. Uh, I was probably going to throw those at Bon Nicula or at Sui Robo. Those are the two I was thinking of. Um, yeah, you should know. You should know. Live your best life. I think I might go with Bon Nicula. Because I like Bon Nicula a lot. She's been very inspiring to me as a streamer. Yeah, it's between her and Sui. Sui. Is anybody in Sui's stream? Can we tell if he's leaving soon? If the Egg Master is leaving soon. All right, let me take a stretch here. Yeah, so like I said, my conclusion from having played that game is that I don't think it was banned for any of the stated reasons, right? Like they just like don't make sense. The game is pretty tame. Like honestly, it's pretty messed up, but like on the scale of messed up things, like there were a couple people who were here for a large percentage of the game. Like I think it was like about as messed up as Game of Thrones. Like I think that's actually about where I would put it. Is like roughly just Game of Thrones. Uh less nudity. Less nudity than Game of Thrones. Uh like more intellectually challenging than Game of Thrones. I did see some people suggesting that like it was because Steam politically disagrees with a game that actually thinks hard about slavery and thinks that slavery is evil and is just willing to be straightforward about that. Uh, I don't think that's true. I just don't. I just don't think that Steam. I think that is giving like way too much credit, way too much intellectual credit to the people who do censorship. I don't think that they think that advanced and complicatedly. I just think that that's not how they think. Admittedly, like as I say many times, I am a sociologist and I come from a pretty Weberian background. And so my assumption about if something weird happens, if a large institution does something that seems really strange to you, my usual assumption is that it's because somebody was trying to save their job. Angel Cake 19, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. There are my socials. I am not particularly active on any of them. My YouTube is uploading a new VOD every single day. It will take a while before we actually get through all of our VODs. I am uploading VODs from December of last year, are being published this week. It is going to take a while for them to catch up to live, unless I get really fed up with the YouTube algorithm and then just upload all of them at live all at once, which I might do. I might just do like one big week and just schedule 100 plus VODs. Schedule 100 plus VODs to come out all at once. Oh God, I don't even want to think about like the Uma Musume politics, because I'm gonna take if people tolerate me being a little bit spicier, not even spicier, a little, to talk about something that's like a little bit more annoying here for a second. PETA did a little thing where they did like an Uma Musume fan art, but pushing the PETA agenda about animal cruelty. And the thing is that like it's PETA shit, right? It's PETA. I say this as, you know, like a vegan animal rights guy. PETA is an obnoxious bunch of edgelords. And some people are suggesting that Cygames should sue them for copyright infringement or for defamation. And I gotta tell you guys, Cygames isn't winning that fight. Like they're just not. Like that's just not going to happen. Like that's insanely stupid to even think. I know Cygames is big, but like PETA wins fights against the state of Texas. Like the entire concept of the entire beef industry got the entire state of history, the entire state of Texas to back them in a macro scale lawsuit against PETA for commercial damages, and PETA won, and not just won, but like parlayed it into a turbo victory, and that's where a lot of PETA's power comes from, is from people trying to sue them and doing a bad job at it. PETA is very well oiled at managing these kinds of lawsuits, and in fact I'm pretty sure that is actually their strategy overall for the last 30 years, is we piss off somebody big, they try to sue us for defamation in the American court system where defamation's really, really, really hard to prove, and then we own them, and that drives donations. Because everybody looks at this like this is a stupid defamation suit. Like this is where PETA like thrives. This is their element. I don't like them, but this is like what they do. You know, it feels like challenging Michael Jordan to a game. Challenging Michael Jordan to a game of basketball, right? This is, you know, that's what this is like. Trying to sue them for defamation, like challenging Michael Jordan to basketball. It's. I don't see it going well for Cygames at all. Even if it goes okay for Cygames, I see it going incredibly well for PETA. Like, yeah, I'm old, Emperor's Armpits. You know this. You know this. PETA mostly makes cringe ads. That's the main thing they do. They make cringe ads, and this is another cringe ad, and it's doing what they want it to do. I'm pretty sure also the people who did the PETA Kills Animals guys also lost like several $1 million to PETA. Like I think the people who made the website that's like all about like PETA killing dogs, like I do think they actually got sued by PETA and lost like $10-20 million. Like yeah, the kids only know LeBron. I can't even say Scottie Pippen anymore, can I? Emperor's Armpits, you should be glad that I didn't say Larry Bird. That's a real one that would get me, is like Larry Bird or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Mystery of C654, thank you for the follow. Yeah, no, they're like, no, if you want to deprive, I can unpin this. If you want to deprive PETA of power, just ignore them. You know Jordan more than LeBron. That makes you old. That makes you old. Martist on Fire. We finished horses. We finished horses. We finished horses. I am sorry. We are about to raid out. I'm just kind of discussing schedule about. I decided I don't want to be involved in any way. Yeah, I'm sorry. Martist, I thought the game was pretty. I would say that if one standard vileness unit is like a particularly harsh episode of like the peak for Criminal Minds on harshness, or like, as the name implies, a typical episode of Law and Order SVU, I would say like this is like almost a 2. I would say somewhat shy of a 2, like a 1.5 to a 2. Like that's about where I'd put it. So like way below. Yeah, way below ban-worthy. Like way below. Honestly, Emperor's Armpits, the simplest way I would describe this is it's European mouthwashing. It is if an Italian made mouthwashing. It's like not much. I think it's actually a little bit easier than mouthwashing. It's pretty harsh, but I think it's actually like slightly easier than mouthwashing. Mouthwashing kind of got to me at a couple points. This only got to me like at one point was I like really like kind of stomach churned. Mouthwashing was European? I thought mouthwashing was American. It felt so American. It felt so American. Swedes? Okay. Yeah, I am sorry, Martist on Fire. No, Horses is a horror game. Horses is a horror game about slavery and sexual assault. Yes, Hoosiers. Yeah, Horses is legitimately Horses is pretty rough. It's very very 70s. It's a very 70s game. It's a very 70s game. I'm just gonna take a quick temperature check of the people who I'm looking at for rating. Socials. There is my Discord. I use the Discord a lot more often than any of my other socials. So I do use it a lot more often. I should start including my Ko-fi, but it's been getting linked periodically. I am doing commissions over on Ko-fi, because doing commissions on VGen is weird. Yeah, it is uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable. I'm not going to pretend it's not an uncomfortable game. It's just also like not insanely so, right? It's not like a completely insane out-of-pocket maniac game. It's like it's an uncomfortable game. It's a rough one. That's what I've got for you. It is a rough one, but not an insane one. Okay. Okay. We're going to raid out now. I have been stalling enough. We're going to go over to Bonicula. She is somebody who has given me a lot of inspiration as a content creator, even though I don't really talk to her very much. She is doing a fundraiser for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, which is a very noble cause, as causes go. Where is my okay. So here are the here are our raid messages. I will see you all later. Thank you very much. I love you all. BRB screen. There we go.